Anyway. Enough rambling. Let's go. I'm probably also going to have to play around with the audio settings as we go. That is... No, I think I have seen that background before. It was in chapter 1, right? When they were crossing... Or did they? It's like oddly familiar and yet so unfamiliar at the same time. Okay. Curse killing chapter. The shortest scenario. Does that mean this will have the least... I know, like, at some point, the amount of subchapters are different. Like, chapter 1 and 2 have the same amount. I don't remember how many there are for chapter 3. Anyway, man, curse, or coincidence? That truly is the question of what's going on. How are the conjectures inside you solidifying? I look forward to whether those conjectures will waver or become a cornerstone in this scenario. The difficulty is the worst. You will probably not even be able to make conjectures. I like how they say this is going to be difficult when I don't even think we have yet to be able to make an actual choice in the game. So far, it really has just been reading. Visual novel with the emphasis on novel. And I've been enjoying it, but still. I find it funny. Moving on. Don't laugh. Children laughter in spoopy games make me nervous. The snake in the well was happy, for it did not care what was outside the well. The snake in the well was happy, for it had naught to do with what happened outside the well. And you were happy too, for you did not know what happened outside the well. Frederica Berkansta. This is the shortest one of my research. This is a work of fiction. Yep. 1983, the early summer of the 58th year of the Showa era. Hold up. That didn't look right. Hold on. Let me just make sure. I thought I had it set to, like... Hold on. Graphics. Sprite style, background style. Console BGs structured off. Novel mode makes text show across the whole screen. Original darkens the whole screen to emulate the original game. Makes the text show... Yeah, because why is it dark on just half? Killer Queen bites the dust. Oh, you mean like me on or she on doing a pencil dive down the well? I almost want to say too soon, man. Let's see. Original. I think I would go for original, because... Nope, there we go. There's novel. For some reason, it just did that. Let's do that, because this is how I like it. This is how I prefer it. Normally I like ADV mode, but NVL mode is how I've come to prefer it for this. Even if ADV would make it easier for me to tell who's talking when I'm like, who the hell is talking? Oh well. Killer Queen. Alright. It was a very humid day. Not even a slight breeze was blowing. It had been an unpleasant summer. One that wasn't only hot, but swelteringly so. I would be dying. I hate the heat. There were various articles of clothing hung out to dry in the messy apartment windows, but the lack of wind evoked an impression far removed from coolness. In fact, it only felt more oppressive. There were crooked houses and apartment buildings lining the narrow, twisting road. In addition, there were planters and flower pots whose contents were beginning to wilt, as well as bicycles and motorcycles on the sides of the road, making it even more cramped, more oppressive, and all the more sweltering. Nobody who was in this place at this time was visiting it voluntarily. But in spite of what everyone might expect, a single motorcycle came rolling in. The lone motorcycle, which couldn't be called neat, even as flattery, pulled up to a 2-story apartment complex and stopped there. A man, fairly old and wrinkled, stepped off. and gave development news. Apparently, I got out. Has decided to no longer work. That very much is worthy of a sarcastic lovely. Man, everybody has been singing Godot praises, and now no longer. Wow. Rip. That's frick. I was even gonna look into that, man. Oh well. When the housewife hanging out in the laundry noticed him, she called out. Well, hello there. It's quite hot today. Why am I putting on an English accent when we're in Japanese? What even was that accent? I don't even know why it was slipping out. Anyway. It's quite hot today again, isn't it? You've got that right. I feel like I'm gonna boil out here. I feel like there should be a laugh track with that. It's probably my fault in some way. It crashes every time I try to open anything. Damn. Oh, right. Landlord. Oh, that's the landlord. I'm suddenly on the defensive. I didn't think that would be the first thing you said. Sorry. The fluorescent lights, right? I completely forgot. No, not that. Don't you smell it? There's a terrible smell about. I've been smelling it since this morning. Wait, what's this? It reeks. Did the sewers get backed up again? Do something about it, landlord. I've had to keep my nose plugged all day long. You still look plenty lovely plugging your nose, my dear. Okay, I'm not gonna laugh, because now that makes it creepy. There was an unhygienic drainage channel running behind the apartment. The lattice from which it flowed was stuffed with branches and fallen leaves, and when filth got caught up in them, it created an awful stench in the summertime. Could you tell the municipal office about it? The drain will end up buried at this rate. Well, yikes. It's completely blocked. It'll start back up if you poke it with a stick. The man crossed the fence over the drainage channel and picked up a filthy drawing pole sitting nearby. He must have planned to stick it in the drain and clear it out. See, part of me is thinking, what does this have to do with anything? Another part of me is like, what if I don't want to know what this has to do with anything? Because you know what else smells bad? Dead bodies. Watch that be where this leads up to. Anyway. Wait, landlord, stop that. If you mix it all strange, if you do that, it will smell terrible. Oh, I was using the wrong renderer. An easy mistake. I understand. It smells if it's clogged, and it smells if it's mixed. Which should I choose? A computer result. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Been there, done that with my own old computer before. Anyway, he shoved the drawing pole into the filth in the lattice. Of course, it did nothing to help the accumulation of waste. I mean, technically it's a dead body, but I wasn't expecting this, and now I'm sad. It's a dead cat. This is the health center's job. Cats and dogs smell awful when they die. That's your reaction? Versus, oh, poor thing. Anyway, a bamboo pole's not gonna do much good. Garbage bags, old clothes. Throw all kinds of stuff in there. And is that a duck I see? No, the poor duck! I have a weak spot for ducks right now, especially since my dad's girlfriend has been feeding the ducks outside, and like, she's just started feeding the couple that would come by every year, and now they just visit us pretty much daily. And the number of ducks that visit keeps increasing. So I have a big weak spot for ducks right now. Oh, poor ducky. Oh, of course it stinks. But also, 2 dead animals? I'd be a little more concerned right now. The nerve of some people. The drainage channel was already unsanitary. One was a little more garbage at this point. The stream of such imprudent people was never ending, and now this channel had turned into a garbage dump. Sounds like you need to fence it off or something. When he poked the pile of old clothes floating in the sewage, a black cloud of smoke floated out in the water. That doesn't sound right. The two of them grimaced at the terribly bizarre and repulsive sight. This sounds more like I'm reading a Junji Ito novel or something. It feels like it's about to go like Junji Ito levels of bad. Yeah, we've got maggots, eh? Maggots make me want to throw up. Someone must have thrown kitchen waste in. What? Landlord? What's that? What? Just more garbage. Watch it be... look, we got a cat, we got a duck. Watch it be a human. Landlord? That's... What the fuck? Hold on. Yeah, that was not halfway. What the fuck? Maybe I need to scooch this a little just to make sure they apply. That sounds more like a jukebox. What the fuck? What is this track? Eh? Screech. Some days I just don't feel like screaming. Okay, we can probably turn the sound effects up a bit higher than that. Oh, hello. Good work today. What a terrible stench. It's totally a body. It's totally a body. That's like the that scene investigators taking pictures for evidence. Hey. Someone cover this thing with a tarp. From the second floor of the houses, it's in full view. Identity of the deceased unknown. Yes, this is definitely the soundtrack I'd associate with a dead body being found. Right? It sounds like this is not the music I expected, and I chose the same music settings as I did in the last. Like, I loaded Chapter 2 to double check my mod settings to make sure when I installed this mod that everything was set perfect. I don't recall this track being there before. This is not something I would associate with dead bodies. Sounds like we're celebrating finding a dead body. Which, okay, maybe a little bit because it means we're starting with some mystery, but... Shrug. Murder. Murder. Time to dance. It's the murder dance. Anyway, identity of the deceased, unknown. Sex, female. Age, estimated to be late 20s or early 30s. Sweats. Because I am physically female and in that age range. I identify as non-binary, but I do have feminine anatomy. Alright, time of death about 2 or 3 days ago. She was probably abandoned after death. Probably? Well, I mean, I guess by that they mean the alternative is that she just died there, but more... Anyway, whatever. Naked? Naked too? Figuring out who she is will be rough. Dental records. Contact the community division and ask if anyone's gone missing. They probably weighed her down so she'd sink. Then the weights came off and she floated to the top. Ain't that right, Final Fantasy VII fans? Dead bodies float. Anyway, I know, old meme, old meme. It's also literally the only main story thing I know about. the OG Final Fantasy VII. Anyway. Then the weights came off and she floated to the top. No spoilers on Final Fantasy VII, by the way. I'm still going through it for the first time. But why in a drainage sewer of all things? Would have been better under an overpass or in the mountains, you know? Yeah, because that totally worked for Takano-san. And it would have been outside your jurisdiction, right? But it looks like they never wanted to hide the corpse at all. The music is so distracting. I swear to God. Did they do it so she would be found? As a warning or something? The music kind of reminds me of that one dance scene from part 5. Yeah, I could see it. As a warning or something? This slice in her stomach definitely wasn't from a fish eating her. She was cut open and her insides were dragged out. Oof. They really made a show out of killing her. Doesn't the Chinese mafia do these sort of traditional punishments? Ask Shige-san in Section 4 if he's had any trouble with Yakuza. On it, sir. Still, what a terrible way to go. As we jam out. Can somebody turn off that boombox? Seriously, time and place, y'all. Time and place. Could you turn off the jukebox? Sick beats, but not what we need to hear right now. Turn it on in the office when we gotta get motivated. Not while looking at a body. It's kind of disrespectful. Let's be real. Still, what a terrible way to go. Hey, don't her innards poking out like that sort of look like this salad soba you can get in Kyoto? Why would you do this? Why would you compare it to food? Why? Why would you do this? Maybe if you stuck Stop! I'm gonna feel sick reading this out loud, but anyway. Maybe if you stuck chopsticks in, noodles would pop out. See? Why did you put a flash of blood? Please give me a break. Fucking psycho laughter, clearly. Her intestines were pulled out, and her ears and nose cut off. Jesus Christ, they went to town on her. That's definitely not how I want to go. Same, bro. Her fingers are in a bad state, too. There are long nails stuck in all of them on both hands. Ooh, don't that sound familiar? What kind of torture was this, anyway? I mean, the nails, have me very concerned. And who knows if we'll ever find out who that woman was, or why they were playing sick beats. I swear to God, if that music plays again during a tense scene, I'm gonna play around with sound settings just in case. I'd be like, hold on, something right here. That was way too, like, let's get... That was, like, way too, like... That was way too, like... ill-fitting. It was ill-fitting. I'm sure it's fine. Nothing bad has ever occurred in Higurashi involving nails. Both fingernails and... stabby nails. Granted, I haven't seen fingernails happen in the game, in the visual novel yet, but... I have seen a very brief clip years ago. Unless I'm misremembering, I could be. Fingernails of various kinds, absolutely. The most relaxing time during the school day? Lunch, for sure. Alright, so now we're here with Keiichi, right? Now we're away from disgusting body prodding and comparing innards to noodles. I'm nauseated just thinking about it. Anyway. Everyone brought their desks side by side like always. Except for, you know, towards the end of Chapter 2, when it was uncomfortably quiet. And we all ate together. There's a familiar CG. Oh my. Mion-san, I must say, your lunch looks quite appetizing today. I'm assuming that, by manner of speech, that's probably Satoko. There are so many different things. It's wonderful. Satoko and Rika-chan looked at Mion's lunch, shouting gladly. Let's have a look. Whoa. I just packed some leftovers from last night. All the elders were having a drinking party at my house yesterday. I managed to nab some of what they didn't eat. So that's why they all look like snacks you could have with sake. They're but leftovers, mere scraps of food, but when arranged in a bento box so cleanly, they look impressive. It looks like part of a full-course meal at a high-class restaurant. I'm starting to wish I... Can we please elaborate on who's talking? Anyway. People seem to decide if they like things mainly based on their first impression. So, I thought maybe the taste of a bento would be proportional to how pretty it is when you opened it. You may seem unrefined, Mion-san, but you are positively splendid at arranging food like this. Whoever's saying, her room is nice and tidy too. I was gonna say, it's probably Rena. I've watched you all die. Well, technically, we didn't watch, 2 of them die. We just knew they did. Anyway. I am worried. Anyway. Her room is nice and tidy, too. Michan is a lot more organized and polite than everyone thinks. It's all the same once it's in your stomach. I'd have thought Mion would say something like that, but to think she had this kind of taste. You can't judge a book by its cover. A lesson we have all learned from the 2 chapters. Mion was careful in everything she did. She never misstepped, faltered, or messed up. Okay, I know I didn't do the after party thing on stream because, you know, it's not like mind-blowing story stuff. It's just a recap on things and laying out, like, possible theories that fans are discussing at the time or something. Like, it's like a cast after show thing. But they did talk about how they're wondering if the Sonozakis are actually tied to the shit going on because the Sonozakis are usually so careful and never really mess up. So the fact that Mion even got caught at all, quote-unquote Mion, because who knows, that she messed up just enough to get caught feels odd, which very true. But I don't know, it's just a thing to discuss. And also, if you're curious about it, all the more reason for you to check it out. It's probably going to make it even worse, but the whole noodles popping out thing has reminded me of the Chinese food scene from The Lost Boys. Actually, the only part of that movie I've seen, of course. I'll be honest, I haven't seen that. Probably for the best that I haven't, considering the context, but anyway. She never misstepped, faltered, or messed up. I see. She is our club president, after all. Yours is nothing to scoff at either, Rena. Well, based on the ellipsis, it's probably Rika. Yours is nothing to scoff at either, Rena. Your crab kamaboko flower is very pretty. You know, Rena, your art always has, like, an art to it. Like, it has rabbit-shaped apple slices and carrot flowers and stuff. Rena's bento wasn't all about taste. It was like, like she always puts her heart into it. Or something. It wasn't just good. It made your insides all nice and warm. Even if you ate something really cold. Thanks. It's not quite as good as Michan's, but I wanted to make it really cute. How? Cooking isn't about skill, it's about love, says somebody. Listen, I may prefer this particular visual style for reading it, but I do wish it would... Color code, maybe. It's about love. In that sense, I don't even come up to your feet. Love, huh? Yeah. Just from looking at her bento, I could definitely feel that Rena put her heart and soul into making it. That's what her bento was like. The taste isn't all that counts for a bento. How it looks also matters. I suppose we must learn from this too. Huh. So, let's see Satoko and Rika-chan's up-and-coming bento. What? Ta-da! Whoa! Yesterday our neighbors shared... Sorry, that's probably Satoko. Yesterday our neighbors shared some meat with us, so we ended up grilling it for our bento. These ones too. They had such an impact. They were bursting at the seams with grilled meat. At a glance, it was too impactful for a girl's bento. Damn, bro. But when you thought about eating with all your friends, it brought more than enough color to the table. Wow. At first it looks like the kind of crude bento that a jock would eat, but there were so many different things in here. Like boiled spinach and soy sauce. Oh god, I actually kind of want that now. TLDR, one character repeatedly makes another see the food they're eating as worms. I'm not sure on the exact context as mentioned, but the maggots, in combination with that comment, brought that to mind. Coincidental timing. I just had one of those, like, little mini belches that doesn't feel like just a mini belch, and now I need to take a sip of water because my throat feels weird. I swear I'm not actually about to throw up, but it's like... It certainly was a weird little burble in my throat just there. Anyway. Hydration check, everybody. That is Mom's favorite Halloween... Mom's favorite Halloween time movies. I'll have to check it out one of these days. I know I've heard it. I definitely need to make up for how much I neglected Halloween in 2024, because by the time Halloween came and went, I was like, God, I didn't even do anything for Spoopy Month at all. And I mean, besides starting Higurashi, but it's like, besides that, it's like, I feel like I didn't Halloween enough. It felt like the month just came and went so fast that I didn't even have time to process it was Halloween time. I definitely need to make up for that this year. Need to actually watch some spooky movies or something with my dad. Because I know Halloween is one of his favorite movies of all time, so I'm sure he would love to sit down and watch it at some point. Anyway, like, yeah, talk about boiled spinach and soy sauce and stewed hijiki. Whatever that is. I know I've heard of it somewhere before. It's just escaping me. I'm too distracted by the idea of boiled spinach and soy sauce because that do sound good. Anyway. Rika-chan, you're really good at this kind of unaffected cooking, huh? Yep, I think Rika-chan will make a great wife when she grows up. I don't know if I've ever seen it. I will say, for Halloween, the first movie, at the very least, in my opinion, is actually really good. Let's see. I have a tight hold on my future husband. Rika, really? A husband for Rika-chan, huh? Oh, I thought she was saying... I thought she was saying she has an idea of who that would be. It was... In this hypothetical scenario, when I'm gonna be a good wife in the future, I'm gonna have a very tight grip on that hubby. Through the power of food. That's what it is. Okay. At first, that sounded appealing. It did, but I felt like a married life with her would be anything... Your picture... I mean, you're about, like, I'm only partially judging you, Keiichi-san. Sounded weird when I said it, but Keiichi, Maibara, I am slightly judging you. Anyway. And The Shining. The Shining is one I actually need to sit down and watch all the way through as well. So I'm right there with you on that. I've seen enough. I've seen like enough bits and pieces throughout it that it's almost like I've seen the whole thing, but I don't think I've actually sat down and watched it from beginning to end straight on. Yeah, anyway, I gotta do... I mean, who's to say I gotta wait for October to do these things, but... I don't know. I like Halloween and I want to give it the time it deserves. Anyway. Judging this man. This boy. He is a peer, but still. But really, everyone was amazing. Moving on from that. They were all so young, and yet they're all capable of cooking for themselves. And then there's me. I would sort of cook whenever I went camping with my family, but making lunch every day was a level I definitely couldn't reach. Practice. I remember I had to do that in high school. At a certain point in high school. Not because we couldn't afford the lunch, it was just we liked our handmade lunches better. And it was nothing serious, it was just like make a sandwich, have like a bag of chips or whatever side we had at the time, and then like some little sweet. It was nothing fancy, but I don't know, just something about sandwiches. Yeah, the movie is older than I am. I at least have a broad idea of what happens in The Shining. Yeah, same. It's like one of those classic films that you kind of almost gather what happens in it just because it's so talked about. But yeah, I need to sit down and watch some watch some more spooky movies. Within reason, because I know I do have a limit. Anyway, let's see. I could only really cook in my spare time. I can relate to that, though. I know I said practice by making your own lunches, but... Bro, I've wanted to actually cook a proper meal for so long, and yet I just do not have the spoons by the time I have a day off or get off from work. I miss cooking, but then it's like, but do I really want to? That's the other thing, is like, do I have the ingredients? Do I have the money for the ingredients? It's just, But also, like, on the rare occasion where I feel like I could, my dad's girlfriend has made a really lovely dinner, and it's delicious, and it's like, I don't want to feel like I'm imposing or anything, so... One of these days. One day I will. Anyway. When I thought about it like that, it really made everyone stand out more. Frankly, I respected them. When I do cook, it has to just be stuff from the food bank. That or it's frozen stuff 95% of the time. Yeah. I mean, you make do. Make do with what you got. Huh? I feel like maybe this doesn't only apply to other people. Come to think of it, this morning, when I was eating breakfast half asleep, I think my mom was saying something really important. What sort of epiphany did you just have, buddy? And I'm sure I can relate. Ocean says hi. Hi, Ocean. I'm turning the sound effects back down. Because that was a little loud for me. Sound effect. I don't think I made it. I don't think I jumped it up that high. What the fuck? I thought I had it down in the middle. Or maybe about there. Let's put it about here. That should be better. There you go. Anyway, he's freaking out. With a hysteric groan, I suddenly stood up, startling everyone at once. Once again screaming as she's forbidden from chewing cord. No chewing of cords allowed. You gonna hurt yourself and also cause bad damage. What's wrong? Wrong? You'll make us choke if you shout like that so suddenly, you know. There's rice coming out of your nose, Satoko. Oh, goodness, honey. I'd forgotten. All this stuff about cooking for yourself. It applied to me, too. Did you not make lunch? Spooky noise as we flash back. Keiichi, your mom and dad need to go to Tokyo again for business. It feels weird talking about, like, saying it like this instead of saying your dad and I, but assuming. But whatever. Yeah. Yo. God damn it. Sleepy. That was a real yawn. Even the word alone makes me want to do it. Your dad. Yep. Okay. So yeah, probably mom. Also, he's context clues. He said his mom was talking to him. Anyway. Your dad's mentor fell ill right before an event he was taking part in. It's a very important event, and they need someone to fill in. Well, Dad does what he has to do for his job. Choo-choo. So, your dad and I, you see, we need to go to Tokyo as fast as we can to help with the event. We might have to stay there for a few days, depending on what happens. Oh, so it's not just gonna be, like, one, like... So in the last 2 chapters, whenever something happened with the parents and they weren't home, that's when shit would really hit the fan, yeah? This time, they're just gone from the outset. Okay. Boo! The tensions are high. That sounds annoying. God damn it, bro. While we're gone, we won't be here, so you'll need to make your own meals yourself. Are you okay with that, Keiichi? No, I'll be fine. Humans can do anything when they're desperate. Is that so? That's a relief. You can at least cook rice, right? Right? And you can make miso soup as well. Then you just buy some side dishes and you'll have a meal. A meal? Yeah, I could cook rice with my camping kit. I never used a rice cooker before. I assume it can't be that hard. I've only ever made instant miso soup that you make in a pot of boiling water, too. Well, I'll think of something. If you can cook for yourself, then you don't need much money, do you? No eating out, it's too expensive. You're at the age where you should learn about cooking and personal finances now, after all. Yep. I'll get by. Don't you dare yawn again, buddy. Thank you. No, I won't! What was I thinking? I was half asleep and made such crazy empty promises. Just like manga characters always do at times like these, I bent over backwards and scratched furiously at my head. I'm just making sure you see it, and also so when this is animated, the animators know what to do. Scratch. Huh. Keiichi-kun, your parents sure have it rough. Anyway, you need to keep things in order while they're gone. Anyway, food? My parents aren't here. I have to make it all myself, you know? This is a huge emergency! I can just picture Ocean being like, bro, it's okay, just eat some cords. Eat the forbidden cords. Should you not simply give up and cook for yourself? Keiichi-san, did you not make a fabulous curry dish for the curry party previously? Wow, we're really jumping ahead, because I remember the curry party was quite a bit of, in chapter 2, was quite a bit of the ways in, so... Let me look something up real quick. Let's see. 13? I thought it was 12 in Onikakushi. 13 in Onikakushi, 12 in Watanagashi, 13 in Tatarigoroshi, which is the one we're on, so it's... Okay, so it's gonna be about as long as... interesting, though. I thought it would be shorter considering we're jumping this far ahead in the timeline. Or so it feels, because we didn't have a curry party in chapter 1, but whatever. We'll figure out the more we go. Anyway, it's only gonna be 6 in Himatsubashi. Interesting. And thankfully they didn't spoil anything. Okay, in the 8 main chapters... It should be the number of Steam achievements you earn minus the 2 you get for reading all the tips in the old cast review. Noted. This only applies to the first 7. Okay, interesting. What the fuck is that ad? Welcome to r/visual novels. What the fuck is that picture? I'm not even... I can't even show it. But anyway. Back to OBS. So anyway, now I know about how long this will be. It's about roughly as long as the others. Anyway. Curry party, huh? Alright, listen here. My mom taught me how to cook that curry when we camped, and it's the best I can do. I can't eat curry 3 meals a day! I mean, it's just junk food in the first place. Hey! Actually, I don't know if it is junk food or not. It is one of the few things I know how to make from scratch, though. Mostly. I do use the curry blocks just to speed up the curry process, but still. Shrugs. I don't know if it counts as junk food. Have I been so... Maybe it's different in Japan. Anyway. Now I want curry. But also, be careful saying that, because if you... If your teacher is here for lunchtime, I think she'd probably be in the teacher's lounge or wherever they said she would be. But... Don't let her catch you potentially shitting on curry. You know she don't take that lightly. I mean, it's just junk food in the first place. There's no nutritional balance whatsoever. It's just completely... Stupid! Shush! Mion and Satoko put their hands over my mouth. Yep. She's here! A moment later, the door rattled open. And Chie-sensei... Does she finally have a name? Did they call her Chie-sensei? Long pig curry will be on the menu. Did I hear y'all talking shit about curry? Yeah, did she... I forget if they called her Chie-sensei or not last time. Anyway, hopefully I'll actually start remembering that if they did. If not... who knows? I'm bad with names. I'll probably forget. Anyway, and Chie-sensei, a known curry maniac, suddenly poked her head in. Did I just hear somebody bad-mouthing curry? No, we didn't say anything. Everyone's faces went totally white and they all shook their heads in denial. Her eyes rolled over the classroom. Her glare wasn't just a teacher's ordinary stare. Is that so? I believe they have referred to her by name previously. Yeah, it sounded vaguely familiar, but I guess... My memory sucks. That's what I'll say. But we'll see if I can remember Chie this time around. We shall see. Since it was established so early. We'll see. Is that so? Must have been the wind. Chie-sensei gave one more look around the classroom, then closed the door and went back to the teacher's lounge. No worries, I'm terrible with names as well. Kindred spirit. I may have been shouting, but for her to hear it from all the way across the hall in the teacher's lounge... That teacher's terrifying. She probably has a sense, like a spidey sense, but it's the curry shit-talking sense. I feel a disturbance in the curry force. Okay, Chan. You can disparage? I know the word, I can't remember how to pronounce it right now. Other foods all you want, but you might want to stay away from curry. At least as long as you live in Hinamizawa. Seriously, you can insult curry from your own house, and she will just show up on your outside your front door. Seriously, do not underestimate her. And directions. I've literally gotten lost walking 3 blocks away from my curry. Same. I have a terrible sense of direction as well. Like, whenever somebody tries giving me directions by saying, oh yeah, just turn, count how many turns you gotta make, like, they give, like, such vague directions as, like, go turn left, and then it's third right, and then I'm like, okay, turn left? Where do I turn left again? Just, yeah, I can't do directions. I need landmarkers and a GPS. I just need a GPS. Just tell me the end's destination, and I'll pop it in a GPS. Okay. I'm sorry. That's what I said. But still, I can't have curry for every meal. And cup ramen is good because you only eat it once in a while. If you ate it for every meal, you'd get bored of it pretty quickly. Can confirm this after having to live on cup ramen on a, college budget. Rice and miso soup, a good side dish. Yeah, that's what a Japanese table should look like. Why can't you just try to cook for yourself? I get bored of ramen after a meal. Fair enough. Instant, specifically. Like, because I will actually order ramen from a ramen restaurant near here, and, like, that is, like, a treat to myself, personally. Let's see. I do not like the texture. Fair enough! Texture always makes a difference. Why can't you just try to cook for yourself? Rice you can make yourself is really good. This old man thinks it's more pain than good. But experiencing it every once in a while might be nice. It depends on how lucky you are with rice. I've had easy times with rice, but I've also had absolute struggles with rice where I couldn't get it to rice properly. I should get a rice cooker. Anyway. That's right. Life is all about experiences, right? But when you cut your fingers or burn yourself, it's so sad. So very sad. I like rice, but I can't cook it right. Yeah. Yeah, it's like so specific. Like the water to rice ratio, even if I measure it out, if it's like even just like a touch too much water or too little water, it just does not turn out right for me. That's why I'm glad rice cookers are a thing. I always just end up with a mess of partially congealed grains. I also keep getting mixed reviews on if you should wash the rice or not. Some people swear you have to wash the rice, and then there are others who are like, no, you absolutely do not. And I'm so torn on what it is to do. So at this point, I just buy, like, little pouches. I buy pouches of rice that you heat up in the microwave just to make my life easy. Like, if I can make it in a pot proper, I am all for it, but instant rice is, like, microwave rice is just, it may not be the best, but it does in a pinch, and it doesn't yell at you for doing it one of two ways and insisting that the other way is blasphemous. With everyone encouraging me like this, I started to feel like maybe I could do it if I tried too. Hell yeah. Give it a try, bud. Though approximately one person didn't sound like she was encouraging me. Approximately. Cooking is a skill I'll have to learn at some point, since I want to live on my own one day. Maybe learning now wouldn't be so bad. I get 2-pound bags of uncooked rice from the food bank. Yeah, uncooked rice also is like you get it for a good price, and then also being at a food bank. Yeah, it's just it's handy to have, and it's filling. It's good. Rice good. Just a pain to cook sometimes. I'm pretty uneasy about it, but you're right. If I don't understand how to cook a few things around here, then I won't be in good shape the next time our club does a cooking showdown. Oh ho ho. You are correct. That clever trick of yours in the last curry contest won't work every time after all. What, is the curry contest where the path diverged at this point, or? As if scorning me, Satoko ridicules my comeback from a hopeless situation in a certain do-or-die curry showdown. What are you so relaxed for? You relied entirely on Rika-chan back there, didn't you? What did you cook at the time exactly? You put a bag of salt in yep, that's how it went down before. You put a bag of salt in Rena's curry, a bag of salt in Mion's rice, and you flipped over my pot! I relapsed into my grudge over the last curry showdown. For now, I calmed my unquellable anger by pinching Satoko's ears. Ow! My my attack was because that's what they were doing for the club. I may not look like it, but I can do a little bit of cooking. Can you now? Even when you couldn't peel one carrot during the showdown and had to get Rika to do it? Don't be so daft, punk. Sorry. People get better every day, you know. If you think I'll always be crummy at cooking, then you're quite mistaken. Right, Rika? I have to watch or else I get worried about the pot and the flame. I do not trust you unsupervised. Sometimes you forget to turn the gas off, too. Everyone burst into laughter. I thought it was going to be me on laughing, but not. That shouldn't be an issue with cooking. Even I would never do that. I don't want to hear that from someone who eats nothing but cup ramen. But Satoko can cook pretty well for herself, you know? You will commit arson given 5 minutes unsupervised. You know what? I actually would not put it past Satoko, considering what we know about her. Rena, it's fine. You don't need to force yourself to cover up for her like that. No, I'm not trying to cover for her or anything. It's just that Rika-chan's cooking is by far the best of all of us, so hers doesn't stand out. That feels like a backhanded compliment, honey. Satoko has mastered the basics too, right? At the very least, I can cook rice and miso soup. Well, she can't quite tell the difference between cauliflower and broccoli, remember that? The star... They're both the same anyway once you boil them. No, they're not. They really aren't, honey. As someone who loves both cauliflower and broccoli, no, they're not. They pair well, but no. Satoko erupted into anger, making 2 fists and swinging them above her head. Everyone laughed a lot after that. Rena threatened to take her home. Everybody got, like, belly laughs, I feel. The others don't matter. I cannot stand being laughed at by you, Keiichi-san. Similar taste, very different texture. Yeah. Even boiled, absolutely. That, and I feel like cauliflower has more of a cabbagey flavor to it than broccoli does. They are very similar, but also very different. But yeah, they definitely pair well together, absolutely. Keiichi, laughter. Yes, perhaps I do lag behind everyone else in terms of cooking skill. But at least I'm confident I'd never lose to you, Satoko. Oh, this sounds like a fight. This sounds like a duel. Not to you, at least. What was that? You have the gall to say you're confident. That's what's daft here, punk. I'm sorry again. I may not seem like a good cook, but I take turns with Rika, you know. I can cook just fine for myself, thank you. I see. Good for you for being able to cook. I'll buy some candy for you as a present later. Yeah, I could definitely see where you're coming from with the cabbagey taste. It's been a while since I've had cabbage now that I think about it. Fair enough, yeah, cabbage isn't something that's often in my palate anyway. But, yeah. Anyway. They are basically very similar. Anyway, I patted Satoko on the head while I made fun of her, to let her know that it was all in fun. Satoko seemed to know I was making fun of her too, since her face went bright red very quickly, and steam started to pour out like she was a kettle. You don't believe me, do you? Anyway, I can cook far better than you can, Keiichi-san. I see. Then if you can tell me the difference between cauliflower and broccoli, I'll believe you. I like cabbage, it's expensive though. Yeah. I'm suddenly thinking about the food my dad makes for St. Patrick's Day though, and I was just complaining earlier about how I don't like that time. Like, it feels like January went by in a blink, but just thinking about the St. Patrick's Day dinner makes me eager. Used to have corned beef and cabbage every year, but it's been 5 or 6 now. Damn. Yeah, my dad made it a tradition to where even if he couldn't, I would find some way to do it myself. It just feels like a tradition for me at this point. Anyway, Keiji, that's punching low. We literally just said. Anyway, come on, let's hear it. The green one is broccoli. Or, no, the yellow one. Is cauliflower more yellow in Japan or something? Because because the cauliflower I picture is like white. Maybe a little off-white, but definitely more white than yellow. Anyway, cauliflower is blue, red, never mind. Green. Come on now. What color is broccoli? Blue, red, green. It's not a television. This ain't RGB LEDs. Come on, say it, say it. Satoko can cook just fine without Oh, I see. Satoko can cook just fine without knowing what color broccoli is. White. Go for you, go for you. Stupid Keiichi. Oh, it was nothing to cry hysterically about. She's so goddamn cute. I stroked her head as hard as I could, like really going in for the ruffle. Ruffle, ruffle, ruffle. If you're going to act so smug, then you can surely show us something better than Satoko. Remarked Mion, giving me just a slightly mean smile. As in, I know she can do worse. Actually, well, I had no confidence at all in my cooking. But the situation carried me along, and I decided to deliver an impressive declaration. Just you wait. Tonight, I will make the best darn meal you've ever seen. I'll even make a little too much and pack it for lunch tomorrow. You'll be so surprised you'll fall over. That sounds like fun. I can't wait for lunchtime tomorrow. And I will fall over so hard. My head will hit the floor and I'll go, ow. Rika-chan petted me on the head. In other words, she's like, yeah, sure. Her words of can't wait sounded so transparent. Rena is excited too. I promise I won't laugh no matter what you make. It's just a box of rice. Alright, so maybe I'll go all out on my bento tomorrow too. Oh, is it gonna be like a club thing now? Then let's do this. Let's have a bento showdown tomorrow. As a club activity, of course. Oh yeah, broccoli, cauliflower, and cabbage are all brassica oleracea, now that I think about it. Brassica. Did I say brassica or brassica? Anyway, yeah, they're all related. Let's have a bento showdown tomorrow, as a club activity, of course. And we'll throw in a punishment game, too. Well, if it's a club activity, we gotta have punishment time. Different cultivars of the same plant. Yep. My, what an ingenious idea that is. How is that, Keiichi-san? I'll give you one chance to back down. Satoko wiped her tears and snarled at me, as if this was her chance to turn things around. Maybe this is bad? I feel like maybe the conversation is getting pretty out of hand. Let's be real, if it's gonna be a competition, you just know, like, Rena or Rika, they're gonna win. Oh, if I apologize, now's my chance. But what came out of Keiichi Maibara's mouth was a statement so reckless, it even frightens me. Yeah, you're on! My bento tomorrow will knock you right out of your shoes. Literally. Whoa. Mion like, uh-huh. Rena like, whoa, really? Everyone raised their voices in surprise at my bold, confident reply. Yeah, now I've done it. Curse my hubris! Oh, what have I done? I'm so irresponsible. So, Mio. Wrong anime girl. So, Mion-san, what sort of fantastic punishment game will we have to play? Will we have to play if we lose? Satoko grinned fearlessly. As if to say it was already decided I'd be playing said fantastic punishment game. Let's see. How diabolical can we get? Oh, okay, how about this? Whoever loses tomorrow's bento showdown, during lunch break tomorrow, has to go up to Chie-sensei as she's eating in the teacher's lounge. Oh god. And say bad things about curry. That sounds like more, that sounds more of a death penalty than petting the bald principal on the head. Which was terrifying enough. Since he knew martial arts and everything, and it was definitely not easy to go through, but, whew, this is worse. This is way worse. Mi-chan? That's... How terrifying! Everyone went pale and gasped at how truly terrifying the punishment game was. Chie-sensei is such a maniac about curry that she'd risk her life for it. And to go up to her and start saying bad things about curry? What kind of fate would await us? Just trying to imagine it was scary. And as everyone looked blankly amazed at the terrifying punishment game, Rika-chan spoke. Well, this is going to be a short chapter. Yep. Absolutely. Keiichi's gonna lose, and is going to die to Chie-sensei, and we'll move on to chapter 4. No mystery there, just, teenage hijinks. Rika-chan spoke. Tomorrow's contest will be decided by skill. In other words, she's like, okay, bet. Rena, and Mion, and Satoko. Everyone nodded deeply in agreement. Although Keiichi-san's problem might be his own dinner tonight rather than tomorrow's bento. Oh, how disappointing that you can't witness what an amazing dinner I'm going to make tonight. I'll let you have a glimpse of it in my bento tomorrow, so look forward to it. That's quite a lot of grandstanding. You do know what will happen if you come to us with something terrible, right? It comes in with, again, a box of rice. And yet when they eat it, they're like, this is the best damn rice. He just comes to school with a box of cold noodles. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go horribly wrong for somebody. Anyway, I just can't wait. How much trouble you'll be in with Chie-sensei tomorrow, Satoko. Even worse, he comes in with just an uncooked cup of instant noodles. Yes, I can't wait either. To see you, Keiichi-san, groveling before her and begging for forgiveness. Saying it all with tears streaming down your face. Yes, I can just see it now. What was that? Yank. What are you yanking? Stretch. What are you stretching? Both of us on the verge of tears pull on each other's cheeks. Okay. Stretch. Trying to muster all your desperation by placing yourself in a predicament. Kei-chan, that's so manly. This isn't manly or anything of the sort. It is called being reckless. He can't even cook well. Stretch. Rena believes in you. I'm looking forward to your wonderful bento. I'm looking forward very much to seeing Keiichi tomorrow as well. I can't wait to watch him die. Their expectant gazes were painful. I was just trying to tease Satoko a little. How did it come to this? Yeah, you'd better look forward to it. Ow, how am I able to say such reckless things? Hubris, cease, please. I'm being so unreasonable. What the heck is going to happen to my dinner? And the bento showdown tomorrow? No, more importantly, if they make me say bad things about Kurita Chie-sensei's face, what'll happen to me? The extreme contrast between my outward bravado and my internal screaming continued as the hot and humid June afternoon dragged on. Oh no, the immediate consequences of my own actions. Literally. Ring-a-ling. That entire day, up until school was over, the whole time, my meal tonight and my bento tomorrow were the only things on my mind. And now that I thought about it, it made Mom seem amazing for planning 3 meals every day of the year. I've complained before about having the same meal in a row once in a while, but now I know how rude that was. I considered faking my death. I ended up laying in, like, I ended up throwing myself into the river where there's, like, a drain, and I saw a dead cat there for some reason. Anyway, it seemed like a good place to hide and fake my death. More importantly, what am I gonna do about the punishment game tomorrow? And besides that, what am I gonna eat tonight? Oh. Keiichi-kun? Keiichi-kun? Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about stuff. About what to make tonight? Or about the bento showdown tomorrow? She hit the mark and I couldn't find anything to say. My facial expression made obvious the fact that she hit the mark. For tomorrow's showdown, I think that if you do your best to make a bento, you'll be fine. There's nothing superior to a bento you tried really hard to make all by yourself. Tomorrow's showdown is one thing, but what about dinner tonight? I might suddenly get food poisoning. I couldn't make any more bluffs. I exaggeratedly drooped my shoulders and heaved a sigh from the bottom of my gut. Rena laughed in a shrill way when she saw me do that. Keiichi-kun, you don't have any confidence in your cooking at all, do you? So I've been found out. As if I wasn't making it obvious. Ugh. If it looks like you can't do it no matter how hard you try, you can always give Rena a call. Really? But only if you try really hard first, okay? You can't rely on others without first struggling yourself. Rena seems naive, but sometimes she was instructive. She didn't just spoil people unconditionally. Rena always seems like an adult at these moments. If I absolutely can't do it, I'll call you. Though the chances are extremely high. Go for it, yay! You were grandstanding so much to Satoko-chan that you have to try your best. Hey, about Satoko, how good is she at cooking? She's at least better than you. That was so direct. It hit me pretty hard. You were making fun of her a lot, too. Maybe you should have to struggle just a little, huh? Rena, you're pretty mean. Rena, Rena isn't all cute, all cute. Now that I provoked Satoko that much, I couldn't just make some crummy bento. I can't believe how loose-lipped I am. Okay, bye. Good luck. On the cooking. Show everyone that you can do it if you really try. Yeah. I waved my hand absently in response. I just realized how much it kind of sucks that we're talking about cooking and meal planning when I've taken just a few bites of a chicken sandwich. I might have to get up and take another bite in a bit. But God, right now I'm just really craving, like, I know they said it's simple and basic, but I'm really craving some miso soup and rice. Like, I do have a packet of rice in the other room, but I can't eat it on stream. Also, it'd be a waste of my chicken sandwich. Maybe rice tomorrow. Anyway, leaving me with words of encouragement and a few pieces of super beginner advice. Like, don't leave the stove on. Rena disappeared past the trees. I wonder how this is gonna go. And thus we jump cut to the night. How's your how's cooking coming along, Keiichi? Fine, I'm desperate. So what? I may not know the ABCs of navigation, and I have neither a sea chart nor a compass. But still, one idiot is taking on the ocean of a great cooking age alone. His name is Keiichi Maibara. Let's go! Time to cook! My enthusiasm is peerless. If energy and recklessness was all it took, I could take over the world. However, there are plenty of things in the world that can't be achieved with resolution alone. And cooking was probably the top contender. Therefore, even if it was hastily prepared knowledge, I wanted something to help me. He immediately managed to set a bowl of cereal on fire. And it's like Spencer from iCarly, where it's like fire was nowhere near anything and it just catches on fire. It's just cursed to catch everything on fire. Anyway, I made up my mind and fished through the kitchen cabinets. I was on the hunt for a cookbook. My mom should have had a few of them. Maybe also look for a recipe card box or something. For a complete amateur like me, the first thing I needed was information. I was actually referencing The Simpsons. I wouldn't be surprised if The Simpsons was like the original inspiration for that running gag. There's a reason The Simpsons has been so long running. Alright, for a complete amateur like me, the first thing I needed was information. Just like he who would cross the oceans needed a compass. Or you could just follow the North Star no matter how— sorry. For me, a cookbook was absolutely indispensable. Oh, here's one. Its worn out, wrinkled cover made it feel somehow reliable. I don't know, have you seen some of those old ancient recipes that, Dylan B. Hollis, I believe that's his name. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not fucking up the name. I'm pretty sure it's Dylan B. Hollis. Hold on. Checking my subs. I'm opening this in a new tab so I can watch it later. And this one. And I'm gonna stop there. ADHD. Goddamn. D, I just want to make sure I'm right. D. No. Okay, it's B. Dylan Hollis. It is Dylan, but it's B. Dylan Hollis, not Dylan B. Hollis. Anyway, B. Dylan Hollis. He's covered some old recipes that did not pass the test of time. Some of those were absurdly bad. Anyway. Okay. As long as I've got this, it's easier to give it a shot than think about it, right? Anyone can concoct the tastes of a gourmet chef as long as they have a cookbook. Anyone can cook. Cookbooks are great. And as such optimistic thoughts filled my chest, I flipped through the pages. However... Whoa. I played with technical terminology like toys. I just couldn't see how to actually make things. What the fuck does it mean to fold in something? You knew it all along, Keiichi Maibara. If anyone could make delicious food just by reading a book, then there would be no such job as a gourmet chef in the first place. My boy is hopeless. First off, it calls for 3 teaspoons. But which spoon is that? Which is the teaspoon? And it keeps saying to use however much you like? Yeah, it's called to taste. How much exactly are you supposed to use? Stop using such obscure expressions. Strain out the water in a colander, add salt and pepper to taste? Posted what I was referencing in the Discord. Cool. I will absolutely check that out off stream because I just play the desktop audio for stream. That's what we're getting right now. I don't know why that's my preference, but it is. Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. I am all for watching good Simpsons jokes, so I appreciate it. Thank you for your service. But also, dude, strain out the water in a colander and add salt and pepper to taste. It does not need 2 question marks. What you do... Colander. Strain water through it. Add salt and pepper to taste means adding salt and pepper to the amount you prefer as you taste it. Shrugging. He truly is hopeless. Granted, this is the same lad who doesn't know what a teaspoon is. Rena, did you at least make him some flashcards? he's so doomed. He's so doomed. Also, because of the reverse coloring, the magnets on the fridge look like eyeballs. I just find that fascinating. Anyway. What the heck is a colander? Well, I can't be too surprised he doesn't know what a colander is, because he doesn't... If you don't even know what a teaspoon is, how in the world would you know what a colander is? A bowl with holes in it that, as a child, you probably wore on your head for whatever reason. I feel like every kid has done that at least once. Anyway. And strain it out, like, stretching? You can't stretch water droplets like meat. This is painful. This is painful. I have such basic cooking knowledge myself. This is painful. Besides, how much salt and pepper is that supposed to be anyway? To personal taste. It's that thing I'm supposed to mark off each day. What's a colander? Isn't that what has, like, the thing you change every month that usually has a picture that you look forward to seeing? Anyway. Aren't there any beginner-friendly guides in here? It won't do you any good to yell. Cool off, Keiichi Maibara. Think calmly. Calmly. And stay calm. And call Rena and ask her what a teaspoon is. For now, I'll leave the side dish until after. The rice is more important. I have to cook the rice or I can't start. I know a little about how to cook rice. I didn't cook it with my camping kit when camping all that time for nothing. I'll wash the rice. That should be enough water. Didn't you make rice for the friggin' curry contest? You should be able to do rice. And which switch is it? I guess it's different in the in like the actual home kitchen. Is it this button? Oh, the lamp turned on. Yeah. Fully automatic rice cookers are one of the 3 sacred treasures after all. Now pleased by the rice cooker set, I pulled myself together and decided to take on the miso soup next. The miso soup I made at day camp was all the instant kind after all. Well, it would be fine if I just melted the miso into hot water, no doubt. I'll boil the water and put in the miso. Huh? How much did I put in? Let's see here. Use the proper amount according to the number of people and your tastes. Enough with the vague expressions! Bro, that's not... You truly are hopeless. He's hopeless. He's gonna die tomorrow. He's gonna have to face the punishment game, and he's gonna die to Chie-sensei, and, we'll move on to chapter 4. Yeah, fine, then I'll put in the proper amount. Insert old SpongeBob meme here. I crushed the bag of miso in my fist and put half of its contents into the pot. Was this really okay? Maybe this was a little too hearty. They do say miso soup is best when it tastes strong. At least he's going to die before he starves to death. True. Come to think of it, my mom's miso soup is a little thin. Maybe I'll like it better with this much in it. I said it aloud as if trying to convince myself. Then, convinced by my own words, I nodded to myself. At least you can probably add water to thin it out. Anyway. Alright, the rice and miso soup were probably fine. Next, the side dish. But what should I make? Something I could make that would add color to the meal. That's it. Why don't I stir fry some vegetables? Your parents are gonna come back to a burned down house. You can eat vegetables raw too, and they won't die from just a little bit of fire. Oh, honey. I was so cute then, not realizing the level of my thoughts had fallen from what would look great in a meal to what would be easy to make. There were quite a few vegetables in the refrigerator. Local teenager found dead in presumed arson attack. Like, there's no way he could... I worried about him cooking, but I didn't... Like, oh my god. I tried to think of a joke, but nah, I lost it. Anyway. There's no way he's that bad at cooking. It had to be arson. There were quite a few vegetables in the refrigerator. What kind of vegetables go in a stir fry? Isn't that kind of one of the beauties of stir fry, is that it's whatever veggies you're in the mood for? Bean sprouts? Cabbage? Chives? Onions? Can you put cucumbers and lettuce in? Well, I don't know about cucumbers, actually, but maybe. Well, maybe not cucumbers. Summer squashes, though. Absolutely. Lettuce, maybe not. Too watery, I would say no. Anyway, for now, I grabbed a nearby cutting board, cut them into chunks, and tossed them into a wok. Okay, but did you cut them into even chunks? This is me staring at him. This has gotten pretty exciting. Is the true worth of men's cooking? What? Onions and stir fry actually sound pretty good. Forget if I... Yeah, I've had onions and stir fry before. Both white and green. So yeah, I would say it could work. Absolutely. Cucumber and lettuce, though, I would probably say no. Cabbage, if it's, like, cut into thin strips, probably works. But yeah, super watery ones, like, cucumber and lettuce, I can't imagine working that well. Everything else sounded good. Anyway, Is the true worth of men's cooking? I feel like that was improper grammar. This ain't Hoyoverse, but hire me. Anyway, carrying the bit over. Hey, this is actually getting kind of fun. Yeah, I meant white, red onion, green onion is stir fry is fairly standard. Yeah. I don't think I've had red onion, but I do love red onion more than white onion, so I should probably give that a try, actually. Next time I am able to cook and decide to go for stir fry. One day. Man, now I want stir fry. This is a mistake. Not getting food was... Not eating properly before stream was a mistake. Anyway. All of a sudden, there was a pile of vegetables in the wok. Alright, next is the salad oil. Glug, 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 went the salad oil. It'd be more exciting if I filled it. No! Usually called green onion scallion. Yeah, I've seen many different names for green onion. I've seen chive, I've seen green onion, I've seen scallion. But I also think small onion bulbs can also be scallion. I don't know. It's kind of confusing. It goes by a lot of names. But I just say green onion because that seems to be the standard. Everybody universally understands that. But anyway, it'd be more exciting if I filled it to the brim. Boy, no. You don't need that much oil. Whoops, a bit leaked out. Oh no. Well, no point in worrying about something so minor. Nope! The great Keiichi Maebara's cooking is exciting. Boy, stop. Boy! Okay, let's turn on the... No! Oh god. Cut to the TV news station talking about how the local teenager was found dead in a presumed arson attack because there's no way he was that stupid with cooking. I really hope Reno was, like, nearby as a like, he can't be that bad, right? I should go check on him. Oh my god, his house is on fire. What? I am actually clenching up from... I'm tensing up from the stress. I'm actually, like, leaning away from the screen because I'm scared. Yep! The salad oil filling the wok to the brim caught fire, and flames reached up to the sky. Turn off the heat. Amazing. Maybe I can be an Iron Chef. And he's dead. He's dead. Alright, that's it, everybody. Keiichi is dead. We no longer have a protagonist, so, how do you even set a refrigerator on fire? But, yeah, commence chapter 4. Anyway. What if I'm really good at cooking with fire? Those words were spoken by delusion. And denial. I was saying something outrageously careless, but when the words came out, they sort of convinced me. See, even Undyne gave up at this point, okay? Even Undyne gave up at this point when there was a fire like this. But nah, you keep going, man. And heat stroke, yeah. Yeah, yes, I am an Iron Chef. Well, Mr. Iron Chef, if I'm allowed to, Iron Chef, the term Iron Chef makes me feel like that means that you would be a Steel-type Pokemon, which means you are weak to fire right now. Cease! And yes, I know what Iron Chef is. I've watched Iron Chef shows, like, both the Japanese version and Iron Chef America, so I get what it is, but all I can think of right now is that he is absolutely fucked. So it's like, I have to insult him somehow. Ow, hot, 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 hot. Right as the crazy pillar of flame started to burn the ceiling, I finally realized that the fabulous cooking before my eyes had culminated into an actually life-threatening disaster. Iron Chef, as in Gordon Ramsay would kill him on sight. Yep. And Even Remy from Ratatouille would be like, maybe my favorite chef was wrong. Maybe not everyone can cook. Maybe not everyone. Wait, what? Could I have been doing something insane? I'll let the roaring fire speak for you on that one for a bit, buddy. Alright, that's enough. Call Rena. The force of the flame grew stronger and stronger. Why aren't you at this point? You are no longer allowed to tease Satoko about forgetting to turn off the gas, because I doubt she ever let it get this bad. Wait, what? Yeah! What in the world are you doing? You must stop this stop the flames this instant! Kurth, what? Is it actually Rena? Somebody forcefully struck me in the back of the head. Oh. Oh! Oh, this is beautiful. When I turned around to see what was going on, to my surprise, I saw Satoko and Rika-chan there. I love that we could still hear the fire. Eh? Satoko? Rika-chan? Isn't my cooking... Look at this flame! Isn't it awesome? Should we just let him die? As I stood in wonder at their unexpected entrance and completely forgot about the fact that my house is about to burn to the ground with me in it, Satoko shoved me out of the way and turned off the gas. I have cooked fire! Behold, I have cooked fire. I don't know, how about you ask the slowly immolating kitchen ceiling if you've done something insane? His mom comes back and is like, what is that scorch mark on the ceiling above Keiichi, what did you do? Son? Maybe I should have given you takeout money. Anyway, Satoko shoved me out of the way and turned off the gas. See? Cut the heat. Then Rika-chan got a towel, soaked it in water, spread it out, and placed it over the pot. She continued to soak more towels and put a second on. And a third. Once a whole bunch were piled on, the fire finally stopped. Were you really just standing there dazed the whole time? Also, I can imagine they can't. It's like, what are you doing here? I don't know, my Keiichi's about to fuck up horribly sense was pinging. Intuition, I guess. A fiery intuition. Anyway, all of it had happened in a few moments. 1 kilobyte per second brain transfer speed. Oh, hey, where'd the fire go? Anyway, one of my favorite things to do when I really love a series is figure out what Pokemon teams they would have, or what Pokemon would be on their team, something like that. If I can't come up with a full team, at least something. Keiichi would absolutely have a Slowpoke on his team at this point. He's absolutely a Slowpoke main. Just saying. Oh yeah, Absol would definitely be involved in the town somehow. There's like a local Absol or something. Absolutely. Absolutely? I'm sorry. The Slowpoke would be the brains of the two. Slowpoke would be reacting to the fire faster than Keiichi did. And Slowpoke takes 7 seconds to feel pain, I'm pretty sure. Or several seconds. I even remember in the anime at one point when someone stepped on a Slowpoke's tail and they're like, oh, sorry, Slowpoke, and then they kept going on because it didn't act like it was hurt. And then a few seconds later, it just grabs its tail and is like, ow. Oh my god. But yeah, Keiichi, at this point, Keiichi absolutely has a Slowpoke. Absolutely. Like, oh my god. Having avoided a huge fire by a hair's breadth, and not quite properly processing it. Alternatively, his brain is just in absolute defense mechanism mode to the point where it doesn't allow him to panic by not letting him process the danger he's in. How else would he be this slow to dangerous situations? Like, come the fuck on. The three of us gasped for air. Wait, what are you doing in my house? Unburdened by thought. Head empty. You're trespassing on private Bro. I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up when they just saved your life and your house. Yes, well, Keiichi-san, you've been caught red-handed in the act of arson. It was just about to turn into a huge building fire, wasn't it? It would be very, very sad if Keiichi was homeless after this. And after pretending to be an Iron Chef. That was just your brain protecting you. For some reason, your brain is also so stupid that it wants to protect you from things it shouldn't. It completely erased your fight or flight. Anyway. And after pretending to be an Iron Chef, I finally began to take in the situation. Really? Really? Just now? Just now? You're finally processing that you almost set your house on fire. So that was really about to set the house on fire? What the fuck? Is that not obvious? Just look at it! The ceiling is all sooty, is it not? Dial-up internet sound. Did I just almost set the house on fire? What the fuck is wrong with you? I can't tell the difference between broccoli and cauliflower, and you can't tell that you are about to pretend. You all are not allowed to tease me about that anymore. The ceiling is all sooty, is it not? Chimneys are the only things that should be sooty. Satoko was seriously mad at me. For some reason. Maybe they saved my life just now? Maybe? Truly dial-up internet sounds. Like early dial-up internet, like slowest speeds imaginable. According to what they said, because my brain completely vacated the premises. I was so absorbed in my fiery cooking that I hadn't noticed when Satoko and Rika-chan rang the doorbell. But they could tell someone was home, so they came in to check. Thank goodness they did. If Satoko and I hadn't come, the fire engines would have been going wee-woo right now. Keiichi-san, do you understand now how serious this was? At some point, I had sat down on my knees as I listened obediently. So fire bad, right? Like, do you understand how serious this was? No, he doesn't. Absolutely not. Fire bad. I thought man make fire good. Oh my lord. I'm sorry. You two saved my life. We thought we would come and see what a fabulous dinner you made. But as we thought, it's a mess. At this rate, we won't even need to look at your bento. You mean... He needs a few more seconds. Yeah. You mean... So, you and Rika-chan came all this way just to see what I'd make for dinner? Us being mean saved your house and your life. Is that not something to take to heart? Sorry, I did not want to progress for a second. Yes, I'm sorry, Satoko-chan. Are you sobbing? Yep. At this point, having shown them such a disaster, I couldn't exactly make any more bluffs. I'd completely surrendered and started sobbing. And yet you tried really hard on the curry. Where did the Keiichi-san from back then go? Jeez. I had all our underclassmen help me then, and I just borrowed entire pots from the other teams. I didn't really cook anything. Keiichi-san, you cheated! Says the girl who puts salt in everyone's food. Jeez, you might have been doing what our club usually does, but that was terrible. Pouring salt into the other team's pot seems far more terrible to me. But Satoko was in control right now, so I couldn't respond. I obediently hanged my head to her. By the way, what the no, I did not scroll up. Just stop. Oh, sure, now you want to be sensitive. By the way, Keiichi-san. This terrible pot. This wasn't supposed to be miso soup, was it? Satoko stared at the pot, totally full of miso, with an awful expression. So I really did get the amount wrong. I don't know what teaspoon is! Judging by the look on Satoko's face, whatever was in the pot couldn't be called miso anymore. Maybe you could call it miso sad. Because it makes me so sad. I'm sorry. Forget the miso soup. The rice should be cooked just fine. Rice cookers these days are pretty convenient. It should be just about done. Meep. I'm assuming. Every time she goes meep, I'm like, ah, meep. And then I'm like, wait, is that her going Nipa? Nah, Nipa is usually a happy thing. So right now it's like, meep. It's not cooked. See, the inside is still all watery. God, I hate it when I cook it for as long as it needs to, when I actually measure shit out and it's still watery. Eh? What? But I switched it on and the little light came on. Keiichi-san, the button you pushed was the timer button, okay? It's set for breakfast, so it won't turn on until tomorrow morning. At least by then, your brain will probably process that you almost burned your house down. So then what? In the end, I don't have a side dish or miso soup. Or rice. Or rice! Or even rice! I couldn't make anything myself. It serves you right. So, have you finally realized your place? Come, admit it. Say it. I, Keiichi Maibara, am all bark and a much crummier cook than Satoko Hojo-san. Yeah, I'm a terrible person and a crummier cook than Satoko. I beg your forgiveness. I fainted in agony. Rika-chan pat my head, satisfied at the sight. And Satoko laughed loudly in triumph. I've completely lost. Well, I think you're allowed to use your rent-a hotline now, considering you almost burnt your house down. In the end, I talked big, but I couldn't make a single dish adequately. At this rate, I'll go without dinner. And tomorrow morning, no breakfast and no bento for lunch either. I didn't know how many days it would be before my parents returned, but at this rate, without a doubt, I'll starve to death. Iba. Of course I'll have no bento tomorrow either. Iba. And I'm sure to get the punishment game tomorrow. Iba. Rika-chan kept on patting my head with a smile on her face that couldn't possibly get any bigger. Satoko, completely appalled at how unsightly I looked, heaved a heavy sigh. Adult men are just so pathetic, aren't they? I almost feel like you're too young to be saying that. However, ain't that right, girl? I'm kidding. Not all men, but in this case. I can't believe I just said not all men, but anyway. They really are. And that's why women would prefer the bear. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, come on. Please move yourself out of the way. As I sobbed like a little girl. Men can sob too, brah. Anyway, as I sobbed, Satoko, displeased, brushed me aside, dumped the remains of the miso soup into the sink tidy, then began to rinse out the pot. Don't worry about it, Satoko. I can at least clean up after my own mess. I couldn't have Satoko clean up the cooking utensils I'd made a mess of. But when I tried to stop her, Rika-chan pulled on my clothes.
Keiichi, you can just be silent and watch.
She grinned as she said it. Be quiet and watch? What are you saying, Rika-chan?
She meant just what she said. Keiichi-san, just be quiet and leave this to me.
Satoko turned around and declared, seeming bothered, as if to say that amateurs should keep their hands off. Her annoyed expression was a little scary. Leave what to you? Satoko didn't answer. Instead, she spun back around and began to rifle through the pots in the refrigerator. Hey, wait. Don't mess with them too much. If you turn the place inside out, I was just thinking, my mom will get mad. If you turn the place inside out, my mom might get mad at me later.
She's already gonna be mad from the ceiling. Would you just be quiet already? Men aren't supposed to enter the kitchen.
Bringing up that old sexist stereotype, huh? Not that men aren't supposed to enter the kitchen, but that's basically, if we reverse that, that means women should be in the kitchen, which is very much sexist. So, I would say pathetic men. How about that?
Pathetic men aren't supposed to enter the kitchen. Rika! Aye, aye, sir.
Satoko snapped her fingers and Rika-chan got on her tiptoes, grabbed me by the back of my neck, and started dragging me away. Leaving Satoko all alone in the kitchen, Rika-chan dragged me back into the living room. Hey, stop, Rika-chan. Let me go already. If we leave it to Satoko, the kitchen will be a disaster.
I want you to stare at the ceiling. And then try saying that sentence again. Satoko came to see how she beat you today. It's her revenge.
Revenge? Come to think of it, her face looked kinda grim. Eventually, from the kitchen, there was the sound of a faucet being twisted and a stove dial being turned. I began to hear the nostalgic sounds that made me envision dinner time. The refrigerator opening and closing, ingredients being cut on the chopping board. What did that mean? Was Satoko... was she cooking?
Keiichi made fun of her quite a lot. Satoko wanted to show you that she can cook proper meals too.
Just listening to it like this. There haven't been any sounds of blood spilling, or bursting, or explosions,
or fire pillars.
At this point, at least, she had proven she was a more skillful cook than me. There's no pillar of fire. In the cooking showdown with Satoko Hojo versus Keiichi Maibara, it looked like victory had already been decided. I recalled Satoko's slightly annoyed expression from before. I was making fun of Satoko too much today, wasn't I? Is she holding a grudge? We were just provoking each other with our usual back and forth. But I also think I maybe overdid it. At the very least, I shouldn't have made fun of Satoko, who could cook for herself when I'd never cooked other than for recreation before.
Satoko isn't holding very much of a grudge.
But she came all the way to my house and pushed her way in. She's gotta be mad. I quietly took a peek into the kitchen. She definitely looked different than the usual bird-brained Satoko. her eyes were sharp and her movements were brisk, to the point where it was a little scary. Then she must have noticed me because she turned around and shot me an annoyed glare. I cringed in fear and hastily pulled my head back out. She's mad. She's totally mad. How will she take revenge on me?
That's just Toko being serious because she doesn't want to fail. She isn't angry or anything.
How can you say she isn't angry? I've never seen Satoko to be this frightening.
Keiichi-san, I can hear that, you know.
Sorry. I jumped at Satoko's angry outburst and faced towards the kitchen. I felt exactly like a kid who had done something bad and gotten called to the teacher's lounge.
Where do you keep the miso? The refrigerator is so big that I don't see any of it anywhere.
I'm sorry. The miso is... It's on the middle shelf in the fridge, at the back left of the lower rack.
What is this? You need to close the miso package after you finish with it. It's getting the inside of the refrigerator dirty, isn't it?
I'm sorry. Before I can look for something to wipe it with, Satoko wiped it off with a wet dish towel.
I swear, how are men so bad at cleaning up after themselves? I shudder to think that you'll become an adult like this.
I couldn't talk back to Satoko today. The only thing I could do was obediently lower my head and apologize. As Satoko nitpicked and I apologized, a good smell began to fill the kitchen.
This is how you prepare the miso for the soup. You scoop a little out with the ladle and break it up with chopsticks. It's important to add a little at a time and keep tasting it. Dumping the entire thing into the pot is absolutely outrageous.
I'm sorry. I never paid attention in home ec. Well, now you should.
You're pathetic. I swear. Men. Grumble, grumble.
I imagine her literally saying grumble, grumble. I cowered at her annoyed-sounding muttering. But looking at her like this, she seems quite good at cooking. It had just been overshadowed by Rena's and Rika-chan's artistic abilities. Satoko's skills were clearly enough to get passing marks.
Hey, if you have time to zone out like that, then you can go set the table. Rika and I will be eating too, so set 3 places.
On it. I hastily took three people's worth of... Y'all. I hastily took 3 people's worth of dishes and such from the cabinets and headed to the dinning. That was on me. And headed to the dining room. When I returned there, I could hear laughter from a variety show on the television. Rika-chan was sprawled out on the couch, watching television and relaxing. When she noticed me putting the dishes out on the table, she came scampering up. That's a cute mental image.
Dinner time is soon. Dinner at Keiichi's house.
Wow.
Dinner at Keiichi's house.
There, we got an official Nipa! Rika-chan, you're in a good mood. It's a pretty big difference from Satoko.
I can still hear you! Satoko isn't in a bad mood at all. She's enjoying herself more than she has in a long time.
Enjoying herself? Seriously?
Well, I mean, you are constantly apologizing to her, which you, never do, so... She's like how she was when her Nini was with her.
We're getting Nissan acknowledgement.
It really has been a long time since I've seen Satoko like she's having so much fun.
Nini? What the heck is Nini? Is it a sound cats make? No, that's nya. Or meep. Or merp. Or purr. Or meow. There's a variety of sounds they make. Or nya. Oh yeah, maybe Jima. However, I'm convinced it might be brother. Anyway. Many sounds cats can produce. Its older brother. Yeah. Because, what was it? Satoshi, right? Satoshi Hojo? Yeah, Nissan but cuter. Yeah.
Meanie.
Is it a sound cats make? Maybe a roadrunner? No, that's Meep Meep.
Meanie means brother. Satoko's older brother.
Satoko's older brother.
He's named Satoshi. Haven't you heard his name before?
Satoshi. Satoshi Hojo? Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. Maybe in this reality? It's possible. In previous realities, I absolutely know. Especially Chapter 1. I had his bat. And was apparently acting like he did before he disappeared. Oops. Wait a minute. Anyway. At least he didn't go to our school.
He used to.
Satoshi, huh? Satoko's older brother. That's the first time I've heard of him. In this reality. She had a brother, huh? I didn't know that.
She does have one.
Saying that, Rika-chan grinned even more brightly and went, Nipa! Again.
When Satoko was with Satoshi, she always looked like she was having fun. Just like this. It really has been a long time since I've seen Satoko enjoying herself this much.
It also... My brain decided to remind me, hey, we know it's gonna be tragic already, but... Sibling relations. Good sibling relations. I know we were talking about horror movies earlier. I don't know if I've ever mentioned on stream. One scary movie I was enjoying at one point, until it got to the end, was Jeepers Creepers. Earmuff it for a few seconds if you don't want spoilers on that. But, like, overall, I was handling the movie pretty well, and I found it plenty scary and tense. If you haven't earmuffed it yet and don't want spoilers for the very, 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 very end, because this is literally how the movie ends. So, earmuff it for... Okay, how about this? Earmuff it until I hit close, because I don't have a way to signal otherwise. I can't watch that movie anymore. Because the brother being carried away at the end of the movie, made me so distraught and heartbroken. Like, my chest feels empty just because my empathy with how good I am and putting myself in other people's shoes, I couldn't help but imagine being in the sister's shoes. And as someone who is an older sibling, and who is very tight with my younger brother, I kind of was picturing it like that. Like, I couldn't help but, picture myself in that scenario, and it was destroying me. So I can't watch that movie, not because it's too scary. No, I could handle it, it was scary, absolutely. If you want a scary good time, it's worth it. I personally cannot watch Jeepers Creepers 1 again because I will become so sad I might become a sobbing mess just from how that movie ended. And I knew it was going to go that way when the monster got a hold of the brother and so the sister, we knew by then the monster was attracted to fear. So when the sister bravely walked up to the monster and said, "Take me instead," I was like, no, honey, you're dooming him because you're being brave by offering yourself up like this. And yeah, the monster flew off, literally flying away, carrying the brother, screaming for his sister, and she was screaming for him, and she couldn't keep up and kept chasing, and I was like, God, I was so distraught, and I even was like, maybe there's a chance that they'll find him. Then, no, final shot of the movie. Of course, horror movie, very, very grotesque horror movie, so this is bad. Brother is dead, and the monster has, basically skinned him. We basically see, the boy's husk it. It's like, oh god, no. There went all the hope. That movie made me break down. So, like, just as an example, so yeah, literally because of the whole siblings thing, I can't do Jeepers Creepers because it destroys my heart. I don't want to put myself through that again. I would rather watch The Boy in the Striped Pajamas again, and I sob my eyes out I've only seen it twice. I have sobbed my eyes out both times. I would rather watch that again. And like, that movie makes me so tense. Like, I cannot enjoy that movie at all because it makes me so tense and scared and sad. But I would rather watch it than Jeepers Creepers 1 again, just because it makes me... that's how badly that movie gets to me. Just imagining that happening to my brother and the hopelessness that comes with it, I can't. I'm getting sad. I'm getting teary just thinking about it right now. So yeah, and we know... Okay, I'm done talking spoilers. So we know Satoshi, just based on what happened in Chapter 1. We know Satoshi disappeared. So we know whatever happens, this is going to end up, like, tragically. This is going to end very tragically. But we're establishing early on, we're talking about sibling... Basically, don't be surprised, the reason I bring this all up, don't be surprised if I suddenly start crying while reading, because it might hit me in the sibling weakness. The good sibling relationship weak spot that I have. Like, goddamn. Anyway, my brain's just, that's all. My brain was reminding me, hey, this is gonna probably be a tearjerker sibling story. Be ready. Because we already know it's gonna be tragic, but just how bad will it be? Because this is Higurashi after all, and that's events in the past. What's gonna happen to make it worse in the future? Let's find out. Alright.
It really has been a long time since I've seen Satoko enjoy herself this much.
However I looked at it, she seemed to be in a bad mood. But her good friend Rika-chan was saying that it was actually the opposite? Is she really enjoying herself?
She must be remembering the time she spent with her Nini.
Also, that nickname's fucking cute.
It's nostalgic.
Nostalgic? Huh. Did he also almost set the house on fire?
Oh, absolutely. Every time.
Then does... Yeah, okay, yep, you're about to get the revelation, buddy. Then does he live apart from Satoko? Maybe Satoko's older brother Satoshi is actually a lot older than her? He must have gone off on his own and was living by himself far away. Satoko seems like she got along well with this Satoshi person.
She did. The two of them got along very well.
She spread her arms wide to demonstrate the width of how well they got along. According to Rika-chan, Satoko supported her docile, slightly unreliable older brother through nagging. That was their relationship. I see. That certainly applied to the current situation. We had me, unreliable, unable to cook even a single dish properly, and Satoko, who redid it while scolding me. Could Satoko have been getting a glimpse of her brother, who now lived far away, through me? Rika, are you not gonna tell him? So, she would always nitpick whatever Satoshi did. But she firmly supported him and they got along well.
Today, she was the one. She suggested we should go to Keiichi's house.
She said there's no way the unreliable Keiichi-san could possibly make dinner. We need to go make it for him. Then, she didn't come here to get revenge or to get even, or anything like that.
She couldn't leave you alone. Even now, Satoko is a proper little sister.
I was an only child. I don't know how it felt to have siblings. Of course, I've never had a little sister like Satoko. that goes hand in hand with literally what I just said. It would probably be better to say, I don't know what it was like to have a little sister. I was an only child. I didn't have any siblings at all. But I felt that in this moment, I was an older brother, obediently and helplessly being looked after by her, without any teasing or messing around. I'm going to give thanks for her trouble. That's what I honestly thought. But as we know, my thoughts and my actions tend to vary wildly.
Keiichi-san, do you know where on earth the ladle is?
The fuck's a ladle? Sorry. The ladle should be in the drawer to your right. I ran into the kitchen, got the ladle out of the drawer, and offered it to Satoko.
It's all done. Have you put the bowls and things out?
Yeah, everything's a-okay.
Then let us have our meal. Rika, it's time for dinner. Me.
I heard Rika-chan's effervescent voice coming from the dining room. Satoko turned off the gas flame on the stove and lifted up the pot of miso soup.
See? She didn't forget this time.
I'm sure almost burning down the house, or like walking in and seeing you almost burn down the house was probably enough to permanently remind her to turn that shit off.
Could you bring the rice cooker, Keiichi-san? Be careful not to flip it over, alright?
Right. I'll be careful. Wait, that was you who did that. Anyway, I can carry rice cookers just fine without being warned about it. I thought about replying like that, but I decided not to. No mean words or witty retorts today. At least for the rest of today. Rice with steam billowing from it, and miso soup. As well as a handful of side dishes. On the table was a truly firm, family-oriented dinner. It wasn't weird at all or extravagant. It was a daily meal, the sort a housewife would make. In a momento, I need to double check something. Because I'm a little concerned about something. Hold on. I'm not looking. Age, okay. I didn't see anything. I was just looking. It was just checking age. I didn't look at anything else, I promise. Said she should be, 11. Don't call it an 11. Don't compare an 11-year-old to a housewife, please. That's kind of creepy. Anyway, it was very nonchalant and brimming with liveliness.
Then let us eat. Thank you for the food.
At Satoko's command, Rika-chan and I both thanked her in a loud voice. Oh, she's so cute. I made light of you, Satoko. You've beaten me soundly.
Oh ho ho! Do you have a better opinion of me now? I may still not be as good as Rika or
I apologize. It appears I accidentally pressed a key on my keyboard that made it jump ahead a couple of lines. Anyway,
do you have a better opinion of me now? I may still not be as good as Rika or Rena-san, but I can cook far better than the helpless Keiichi-san.
Yeah, I know better now. After I honestly admitted my defeat, Satoko's expression finally softened, and she laughed with her normally loud and cheerful voice. Also, what's going on with this bowl here? That bowl looks more like curry than it would like a miso soup or anything like that. Did you also... Anyway, that looks delicious. Chomp chomp. Oh, the rice is cooked really well. Though she used the rice cooker, it tasted a little different from the rice my mom made. Maybe she used a different amount of water for it? Even so, I could feel Satoko's personality from the rice, which made it taste better than usual. Screw my mom's rice! The miso soup was a little on the thick side, but it was still delicious. The side dishes, while not exactly flashy, tasted great as well. It was also appetizing. I couldn't stop eating. The side dishes are well done too. Satoko, you're not a bad cook at all. I gave my honest impression without a hint of sarcasm. Satoko seemed to have been expecting some, because when I praised her so honestly, she got flustered instead. Your praise honors me, but it's nothing so grand. The side dishes are just things I bought at the store and heated up. This and this and this, all I did was open the can. I could only really make rice and miso soup myself, Satoko said, embarrassed, her face a bit flushed. There was none of her normal verbal abuse or sarcasm in there either. I can't make anything except rice and miso soup, but when you get ready-made side dishes and put them on the table too, sorry, maybe that's her saying it? Anyway, it turns into something fairly splendid. Yep, there we go. I can't make anything except rice and miso soup, but when you get ready-made side dishes and put them on the table too, it turns into something fairly splendid. My mom uses ready-made side dishes and canned goods too. It's nothing to be so embarrassed about. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to make everything from scratch. This is a fantastic dinner. I gave her honest praise. I've never met Satoko's brother, but Satoshi would probably praise her in the same way. Well, I suppose it's enough now that you've come to realize that I can hold my own in the kitchen. Would you like seconds? It's good to give Scratch a break. Poor Scratch. Right. Give Scratch a break. Get ready-made at times. There's plenty of miso soup still left. Huh? Did that brat just awkwardly change the subject? When I realized my response had been on the mark, it made me a little happy. When we eat rice like this, it's fun. Like we're eating with Satoshi. Rika-chan mentioned Satoko's older brother's name again. Satoko's chopsticks paused, and she looked up at the ceiling. Directly at the scorch mark that I left. How nostalgic. I wonder what he could be doing right now. I wonder, since he just kind of disappeared, I wonder if they're, Satoko might just be in denial that he, or, since he disappeared without a trace, it's, hard to say what happened, so she's holding out hope that he's probably still alive. And to be honest, we don't know exactly what happened to him. He just got disappeared, which in this game means the equivalent of dead, essentially. Is he the body we found? No. The body at the beginning was, a woman, apparently. I don't know if we ever came across a male body. But yeah, I'm wondering, alternatively, she's in denial and Rika doesn't want to mention out loud that he's gone. So she's playing along with it to not upset her. Because from what I recall, her brother was her only family left. So she's basically got nobody. Which, heartbreaking. She's 11 and has no one for her family. Ouch. So yeah, maybe she just tells tells herself that he's out there somewhere to, give herself some hope, which I can't entirely blame her. She had a faraway smile, as if yearning for a friend who had moved away. From how it looked, I got the impression she hadn't seen Satoshi in quite some time. Satoko realized I was giving her a blank stare.
I do apologize. Satoshi is my Nini. No, my older brother.
Ah, okay. I see. Nini must have been a nickname only Satoko used for him. It was funny to see her hastily deny it.
I was rather surprised a person with such few living skills had the ability to run away. Well, I'm sure he'll pack up shop at some point and return out of the blue.
So he ran away. There was another story to what Satoko had said so cheerfully. The reason for Satoshi not living with her was a little serious. Everyone had been talking about it in such an upbeat way, so I continued to talk about him. Should I not have broached the subject at all? I hastily took a look at Satoko's face after thinking that, but there was no trace of the gloomy expression I'd been worrying about.
Well, he's not old enough to be dreaming of living on his own. Nini wouldn't be able to do it for long anyway. He has no endurance. Satoshi may not look like it, but he's a very persevering person. He's a lot more persevering than you think. Rika, you always take Nini's side right away. You're a little too nice to him. Satoko is just too harsh on Nini. You should treat him more kindly when he comes back.
Maybe she also believes? Anyway, Satoko and Rika-chan's views regarding Nini, aka Satoshi, were parallel to each other. But I could easily tell that both of them really liked him. They were so optimistic, too. Even though he had run away from them, it was like they were going to see him again next week. Satoko and Rika-chan both liked Satoshi even now, and waited for him, believing he would surely return. I've never met him, but I know for sure that this Satoshi person was a really good guy. I had thought Satoko would be deeply hurt by her brother running away, but she had already overcome that. She was still being the energetic little sister, always full of vim and vigor, as if to say that her brother could come back anytime he liked. I thought that Satoko didn't think through anything and just frolicked and played practical jokes every day, and that was it. But she was really... yeah.
Why are you petting my head?
I roughly rubbed a hand through Satoko's hair. I misunderstood you, Satoko. I didn't know you were this level-headed. Satoko seemed to think I was making fun of her and tried to bat away my hand. But then she saw that there wasn't even a trace of malice on my face and obediently granted me her head. Yep, Satoko's level-headed. She sure is. Just the flush fading in.
I've been level-headed from the start. I was just playing pranks on you because you always do it to me.
There was her usual provocation, but I decided not to buy into it today. You're right. You were just doing it to go along with me. But you really were so level-headed. Good for you.
Is that actually a compliment? It kind of seems like you're making fun of me.
I'm not trying to make fun of you at all. I'm seriously complimenting you. Because if I was making fun of you, Rika-chan would be petting your head too.
That's right, isn't it? When Rika makes fun of people, she usually pets their head. Meep. These canned sardines are delicious. I'm not paying attention. Totally not.
See, Meep is supposed to be Nipa. This confirms it for me.
Nipa!
Rika-chan went,
Nipa!
And her smile became even brighter. Her attitude was clear as day, but it was annoyingly cute. So both Satoko and I suddenly burst into laughter. 'Cause that's what you do when you're annoyed. You laugh. That laughter lightened up the table. The table itself was so dull and simple that I never even thought people could be laughing like this around it. And then I finally came to realize something really obvious. I left a scorch mark on the ceiling, so my mom is gonna kill me. Dinner is better if you're laughing while you're eating, huh? Yeah, just make sure you don't have food in your mouth, otherwise you might choke.
Of course it is. Laughing makes it taste better. How rude. The food is good because I'm a good cook, obviously.
This harmonious moment, this happy circle, it was completely different than spending time with family, but still somehow nostalgic. Satoko, do you want to see Nini?
I didn't say Nini. Call him my brother, please.
Hey, wait, you've been saying Nini this, Nini that this whole time. I grinned wryly and decided to just call him brother like she told me to. Satoko, do you want to see your brother? Rika-chan stopped eating, then looked back and forth between my face and Satoko's. Satoko was smiling. She looked like she was trying to choose her words. Just from that, Satoko conveyed her feelings. Honestly, she wished he would come home right now. But she wasn't that weak. Satoshi should just do what he wanted until he was satisfied. In return, she'd let him have the scolding of his lifetime. And then she'd have dinner with him, lay out his futon for him. Well, of course I want to see him again. It's been almost a year. It's been that long already. Rika-chan smiled thinly, her eyes appearing to look far away. Well, Nini can do what he wants. It would lighten my load if he came back with more muscles, knowing how to do housework, of course. See? You said Nini again.
You said it. I did not! I would never call Nini Nini!
Things rapidly returned to the usual lively atmosphere of lunchtime at school. But nothing changed about Satoko's feelings towards her brother. She was living so bravely and so strongly. Hey, Satoshi. Your sister is trying so hard to watch the place while you're gone, isn't she? Give it a rest and come back soon. Got it? Aww.
Satoko, it's time to clean up, or else we will get sleepy.
It was when we were all watching TV while enjoying some tea after dinner. Rika-chan let out a big yawn and then spoke. Satoko and I both then looked at the clock and noticed how late it had gotten. Now, perhaps we both realized it already. We just didn't want this warm moment to end. Sleepover! Maybe we didn't want to say anything.
Oh, this will not do. I still haven't washed the dishes yet.
Don't worry about it. I can do that much at least. What do I set the gas to? You made a great dinner, so I can't let you do the dishes too.
Are you sure you'll be alright? When people who are not used to it try and wash them, the soap could make the dishes slip out of their hands, you know.
Jeez, she's turned into a perfect nagging little sister. It was charming and awkward. Emotions like that were all mixed up inside me. I gave her a vague, dry smile.
Keiichi can at least wash dishes. If you break one and hurt yourself, I'll give you pettings at school tomorrow.
I'm not gonna yawn. Rika-chan yawned. God damn it. Rika-chan yawned again, so wide you could see her molars. God damn it, here it comes. Fuck. I tried to resist.
Is it really alright? Keiichi-san is pretty unreliable, despite how he looks.
Give me a break. Looks like Keiichi's approval ratings have plummeted in Satoko's mind. Don't worry, I'll clean those dishes up, no problem. So don't worry about it. Go home. Actually, at this hour, I can't let you two go home by yourselves. I'll take you there. And let me find the key for my bike.
Once you've taken us home, Keiichi-san will be the one going home by himself. You'll be in big trouble if you get lost on the roads at night and end up in Takatsudo. There's no houses or lights out there at all.
I was trying to worry about them going home, but I don't think they'd be worried about... I didn't think they'd be worried about me getting lost. Am I really that unreliable? She really is being critical, but... yeah, this feeling I have, it's not bad. So I ended up not needing to escort them. I saw off Satoko and Rika-chan to the gate. Thanks a lot for today. Thanks to you, I got a good cultural dinner.
If Satoko hadn't come, Keiichi would be growling and yelling right now. If not dead. Burned alive. Nothing but ashes. Truly, it's really good that we came.
They really saved me. I gave them another bow filled with gratitude.
Oh, yes. I put the rice and side dishes into a container, so use that for your bento tomorrow. And for breakfast, you can eat some bread and jam. Strawberry jam and peanut butter were in your refrigerator on the middle shelf to the right. Cocoa powder, too, was in the upper right door of the cupboard. Wow.
I know all that. You don't have to go into detail. I was about to say that, but decided to humbly listen to her. It was then that I finally realized that Satoko, who had appeared to be in a bad mood, was in fact in a great one, just like Rika-chan had said. And that though she nagged a lot, she was very kind.
Then, good night. Make sure to brush your teeth before you go to bed. You have to do it for at least 5 minutes.
I got it, Satoko. I'll brush my teeth and make breakfast for tomorrow. And I'll be sure not to forget the bento.
You need to wake up earlier than usual or you won't be able to get your breakfast or bento ready. Got it? If you like, I can give you a call a little earlier to wake you up instead of using your alarm clock.
You don't have to go that far. I'll set my alarm clock to wake me up a little early. Thanks for being so concerned about me. Satoko looked like she had more fault-finding to do, but she stopped and, leaving me with a good night, got on her bike and disappeared down the nighttime road. Rika-chan went to do the same, but then remembered something and came back. What's wrong, Rika-chan? Did you forget something?
Keiichi, you get 100 points for today. Clap, clap, clap.
Rika-chan suddenly complimented me. She clapped her small hands. What was she on about? I didn't do anything worthy of praise, did I? I nearly burned down the house, after all.
Satoko probably felt like her Nini had come home. I think she was having a lot of fun. Once in a while. I want you to go along with Satoko's scolding in the future.
Are you telling me to be like an older brother that she can scold instead of Satoshi? Rika-chan didn't say anything. She just smiled and went all, "Peepa!" This Satoshi person. He has such a great little sister, so what was he unhappy about? If I were Satoshi, I would never have run away from home.
Satoshi had his own circumstances. I'm sure.
I didn't know what he was unhappy with. But whatever the reason, it was no excuse for abandoning Satoko. hope he comes back soon. I probably can't play the role of her actual Nini forever, you know?
It's okay. You were just like Satoshi today.
Concerning when we think back to Chapter 1.
Just like Satoshi! Please, do it again sometime.
If you feel like suddenly picking up baseball to be able to carry around a baseball bat to defend yourself, though,
you might want to pull back on the reins a little bit. That might be bad.
If that's what would make Satoko happy, I'd take on this easy role whenever I needed to.
Rika!
Satoko stopped her bike under a distant exterior light and called out to her friend, who wasn't coming no matter how long she waited.
Okay, I have to go. Good night.
Yeah, night.
I can't replace Satoshi, but Keiichi could do it. That's one less piece of baggage I need to shoulder.
Leaving me with that, Rika-chan sped off on her bike. I wouldn't say replace, but maybe fill the void a little. She rode up next to Satoko, and then the two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Satoshi, seriously, come back soon. Got it? If you come home really late, I'll punch you right in the nose. Let's try our best until that day comes, Satoko. And then he finds out the truth and gets all depressed. Even if I could no longer hear the sounds of their bicycles, I stood there for a while, seeing them off. Wholesome. It's wholesome. You almost forget that we're reading a horror visual novel. Satoko's Trap Course Elementary. Alright, give me a second. All that talk of food actually made me hungry. I need to take a bite of sandwich. You're on fire. Attempted cooking. That's a great achievement. Just a few bites ought to do. Watch, he kidnaps MC.
You're my brother now. Just like Satoshi.
Alright, let's look at these tips. Satoko's Trap Course Elementary. Also, real quick, hydration check. Also, if you're working on something, save your work. And if it's... I know it just stood up and walked, but now might be a good time to get a stretch. So if you're able to stretch, otherwise, relax your body, relax your jaw, relax your shoulders, just go a little limp for a bit. Let that tension out. Yeah, okay, I can feel it in my legs. I definitely needed to stretch. There we go. Alright, that's better. Alright. To the tip. I know one thing for sure. Satoko could fend off an entire army division by holing up in this mountain. I believe it. I know all about it. Satoko was appointed to the special forces of that one country where she served as an instructor training on traps. Nani? Stop saying weird things. Somebody help me! What? How did it come to this? What traps did we fall for, and how did we fall for them? Mion was caught in a profusely thin pitfall she couldn't escape from, and only her head was poking above the ground. Rena's head was completely covered by a tin bucket. She was squirming around in a vain attempt to remove it. Either of these really were funny, but that's where it ended. At least they had their feet on the ground. It's all funny until it happens to me. Oh, wow. Kei-chan, what about you? Think you can get out of that? Hurry up and get out so you can save this old man. You're the one who should be breaking out and saving me, Mion. What do you expect me to do with this freaking bamboo mat? I was wrapped up in a bamboo mat and hanging 2 meters above the ground. Excuse me. What was this trap and how did I fall into it? Huh? It was Satoko! Hello? I'm in a net! This all started when they suggested that I was unfamiliar with nature, having grown up in the city, and proposed a little exploration on the mountain.
But Rena doesn't really know how it is back there either. Rena might get lost. Oh.
The mountain out back, huh? I played there a lot when I was little. Would this be the same mountain that had the bunker? But I haven't gone there for years. If you get lost out there, things can get pretty dangerous.
You can leave the mountain to us. The whole thing is our playground. Isn't that right, Rika? The fuck you talking about? Nipa?
Oh, I see. How reassuring. We'll defer to you two this time and have you be our tour guides.
Wait, Keiichi-kun? The summer vacation guidebook says not to play on the mountain because you'll get lost. It isn't summer vacation yet, so it's alright.
That's so funny.
The summer vacation guidebook. We're not on summer vacation. The rules don't apply. But you could get lost any time of the year, but it's specifically the summer vacation guidebook. You're fine. Trust in the Nipa. So there's no need to worry. The mountain has always been our playground. Our backyard. We know all the secret paths and shortcuts.
Yes, both Satoko and Rika-chan knew the path like the back of their hands. Thanks to them, we had our fill of fresh air, gorgeous views, and Mother Nature, the likes of which you could never see in the village. I'm getting a great view of all of that from this goddamn bamboo mat. I almost said bang-boo. But things got strange partway through.
Oh yes, everyone, I have something to say. From here on, you must follow exactly where I go.
Huh? What are you talking about all of a sudden?
It would be safer to do what Satoko says. Oh my. Hey, Mi-chan, look at this.
Look at what? You have a bucket on your head. Or is this before that? I think this is before that, actually.
What is it? Should I pull it? Should I? What does this button do?
Dee, don't push the button! Suddenly.
Squeak.
Crash. Those were certainly sounds. The cultists are only there when future MCs can start an adventure. When Rena pulled the kite string, a bundle of bamboo spears fastened to a tree branch all came raining down with a clatter right next to where Rena was standing.
Oh my! What?
What is this?
What? Yeah! That brings back memories. Satoko made this trap in the second semester of second grade.
In other words, stick to the path. For the love of God, stick to the path. Because Satoko laid out a lot of shit, and she knows the safe way.
That was a close one. The tips of the spears are covered in dog poop, so if one of them hurts you, the wound will start to
Isn't that, like, something they used in the Vietnam War? Isn't that, like, a legitimate, like, thing they did in the Vietnam War to cause death? Like, if you didn't die from the stab, you would die from the infection. War crimes, Nyan. I'm pretty sure that's actually a war crime. Civil War II. Yeah. She learned young and was like,
I have an idea.
this would make for a great prank. Totally a prank. It's just a prank, bro. It's a Satoko would so be that it's just a prank bro sort of person. Oh, God. Oh, my lord. Honey. Honey. Second grade and already committing war crimes.
Kill everybody.
When did this turn into some guerrilla battlefield? According to Satoko and Rika-chan, earlier in elementary school, remind you, Satoko had been on a trap-making craze and set them up along every inch of this mountain. Rip to any wildlife that walked into any of these.
Keiichi-kun, maybe they didn't tell us not to go on the mountain because we'd get lost. But because it was dangerous due to a certain child when she was in elementary school.
Mion and I both nodded wholeheartedly at Rena's hypothesis.
Come now, we are hurrying on ahead. If we do not return soon, it will get dark. If it gets dark, it may even become dangerous for me.
But you're the one who brought us into this crazy mountain! Why was an average, healthy Japanese boy like me, an innocent boy, a little bean, if you will, like me, being forced to deal with life-threatening booby traps? And then, the very moment Satoko and Rika-chan got just out of sight, was when the three of us all got caught in nice little traps together. Someone get me out! I have to go to the bathroom!
Never mind that. Somebody get the bucket off me!
We could go back to getting stabbed by the buddy demon chat.
I can't see in front of me! Oh!
Wait, Rena, don't struggle around so much. I can see your panties.
Ah! You saw? Keiichi, can you saw?
Wait, I thought... Isn't Keiichi in a net above ground? I assumed that this would be... Mion. Because she's stuck in the ground. Rena, what are you doing to get the bucket off where someone in the air can see your... Smash, crash, smash, 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 crash, bash. Unless he did it on purpose. Of course you can see them. Of course you can. You may be in a bucket, but you can definitely... Bucket Rena. Bucket Rena. Bucket Rena was using me as a sandbag, and Mion was crying.
You can't get out of the pitfall? How sad. How sad. Jeez, didn't I already tell you all? You weren't supposed to leave my side.
I finally had an epiphany. Satoko had been so bent on taking everyone out to the mountain because she wanted to brag about all the traps she'd set up here over the years. You could have just stopped at showing them to us. I didn't need to experience how it felt firsthand. Rika-chan pets our three heads in sequence. Well, one gets patted on the bucket, but anyway. In an incredibly satisfied mood. Rika also has a little evil streak. Seriously, war crimes? Remember, she is currently 11. If what I briefly saw under her Wikipedia, like, again, I very briefly skimmed it. If it is correct that she is 11 years old, that means that happened before she was 11. She was in elementary school, she committed war crimes. Well, not committed, but set up. Never too young to commit war crimes. Alright. I will save progress currently, but I do want to see if I could get through another chapter. Yes, it's 3 in the morning, but I want to keep going. I want to keep going a little bit. Because the more we progress, the closer we get to spookies. Alright, let's go. Next chapter for reals will be the last one, though, because I do gotta eat something. Instead of just hastily scarfing down a goddamn bite or two of a chicken sandwich.
Ooh, pretty.
Alright, anyway. Sorry, saw something. Okay. Anyway,
Lunchtime has finally arrived. Mion gleefully announced the beginning of lunch. Oh ho ho! Lunchtime at last. Someone here will have to play the punishment game, yes?
Oh, I just remembered the punishment game. I completely forgot about it due to all the wholesomeness. Oh no.
Oh, the punishment this time, it's a little scary, so... Sorry, but Brenna went all out on making her bento.
Isn't that one of the club rules anyway, is to go all out? And also, even if you half-assed it, I'm sure you would be, like, high-ranking, let's be real. Anyway. In Brenna's case, I don't think she'd lose even if she wasn't taking it seriously. Exactly.
We tried our hardest, too.
Satoko and Rika-chan made separate lunches today. Usually you have the same bento, but that won't do for the showdown today, will it?
Yes, it's quite alright. Rika and I made sure to make separate ones. Wow, Satoko-chan and Rika-chan both tried really hard.
Excuse me.
How exciting!
What's a little surprising is that Kei-chan was able to make a bento. Good job, Kei-chan. Like, and it's not on fire or like it doesn't look bad from the outside. It looks like you really can do it if you try. Opens it up and it's just sloppy. You still have a house party. Yeah. I scratched my head and gave her a dry smile. My bento today had been made entirely by Satoko last night. It had none of my personality. So there wasn't anything there that they could praise me for.
What does Keiichi-kun's bento look like? Oh, I can't wait to see.
Something tells me he's gonna take the punishment and not because of how it looks, but because he'll be like, I confess, I didn't make it, Satoko did. And since it's not of my effort, I lose by default. That's what I'm calling it. I'm locking that in. That is my final answer. Don't expect too much. It's just the leftover rice and side dishes from last night. We shall see.
Leftovers are the foundation of bentos.
This is making me crave Asian food like so bad. God damn it! I'm gonna pick up a fucking Pokeball on my way to D&D tomorrow, aren't I?
Oh, now we'll know your dinner last night too. We'll kill two birds with one stone. I say playing along.
Is it really better to hide the fact that Satoko came over and made dinner last night? Oh, of course it was. If I revealed that I didn't make my own bento, I'd be sure to end up playing the punishment game. Today's punishment game. Let's just stand right in front of the curry maniac Chie-sensei and say bad things about curry. It wasn't too different from telling someone to jump out of a 100th story window. Well, it wasn't 100th story, but someone did do that last chapter, supposedly. Pokeball? No, Poke-bowl. Like... I think it's actually Hawaiian in origin, but I've seen a lot of Asian places do it. Poke. Let's see. It was exactly the same as telling someone to die. Yeah, that I could understand. Yeah, that. There you go. Absolutely, that's what it feels like.
But, Mi-chan, how will we decide who wins and loses the bento showdown? Keiichi-kun made his own too, so maybe we should call it a draw? Because I don't expect him to do a good job. It's obvious he's gonna lose.
We could do that.
The punishment game yesterday was sort of a whip to encourage Keiichi-san to cook for himself, after all. And Keiichi made his own too, so it's a draw.
I don't know if Mion's gonna let this slide. My simple bento with last night's leftovers could never have stood up to everyone else's bento that they made to win. I fully understood Satoko and Rika-chan's concern for me as they tried to end the showdown peaceably. However, I have hubris. Yeah. it would either be his hubris or Mion. The club president, Mion Sonozaki, would not be convinced by something like that.
I wonder why you're all so optimistic.
Leaving one of our showdowns
In such a gray area is out of the question. Now that we've clashed, we must settle the score.
Also because I put a lot of effort into mine, and fuck you if you guys don't do this!
Reconciling with a draw only happens in the Yakuza world.
Which I happen to know about, but anyway. I knew you'd say that. I love how they just do, like, little callbacks to, like, possibly unsettling information. I like how they sprinkle it in just to remind you to stay on edge. There's no way you end it that way with your battle lust. This was bad. At this rate, I was sure to be the sole loser. But, well, I didn't make this bento after all. I mean, yeah, I put it together, but what? Maybe I need to resign myself to my inevitable loss.
Okay, Mi. How are we going to decide who wins?
Okay, so we got 3 judging criteria. Presentation, taste, and last but not least, creativity. Y'all ever seen Chopped?
It won't be fair if we grade each other's. Let's do an open judgment. Okay, everyone, assemble!
Mion commanded everyone who had just started eating using her club president voice.
Come and judge our 5 bento.
Write your favorite 3 on a piece of paper and submit it. Understand? Everyone in the class was used to being dragged into Mion's club activities. So are we basing it on presentation then? Yeah. Came the energetic voices from here and there. I would have said that more energetically, but anyway. Everyone already knew that the showdown this time involved an utterly fatal punishment game. Like, might as well summon Monokuma at this point, and they were all very interested in what would happen to whoever lost. Again, I bring up Danganronpa. Like, explaining who Monokuma is would take a lot of time. But, let's just say he is, in Danganronpa, he plays judge, jury, and executioner in class trials and comes up with creative ways to punish, aka kill, students who, don't get away with murder. That's the TLDR of it. Anyway. Let's see. Everyone already... let's see. And they were all very interested in what would happen to whoever lost. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel when I end a trial in Danganronpa. I'm like, so how's this gonna happen? Even if I'm absolutely emotionally destroyed, because usually I have learned if I have a favorite in Danganronpa, that basically marks them for death. If I have a favorite, then that's like me giving them a red shirt and putting them on Star Trek. I have yet to have a favorite live. As far as I know, I'm still going through the 3rd one. No spoilers. Anyway. Of course, they wanted the thrill of seeing something terrifying. Seriously, I feel like we just described Danganronpa right there. That felt like Danganronpa-esque. Anyway. Okay, everyone ready? Then I'll go first, alright? There's a VR Danganronpa. I'm sending you something. Okay. Then I'll go first, alright? Ta-da! In exaggerated fashion, Mion pulled the lid off her multi-tiered ornate bento box. I am looking at my DMs real quick. Give me a second. Bro, what are you doing down there? Why does it look like you no-clipped out of a space station? Looks a little dangerous. Hold on. I'm setting the stuff back up. There we go. We accidentally kicked someone out of the map. Oh no. That is exactly what happened. Oh my god. kicked out into the vacuum of space. Anyway, Yatsu says he's gonna go do something. Interesting. Anyway. Yeah, I already read that. Anyway. Multiple cheers of joy erupted at the brilliant sight.
That's amazing! It's just like New Year's food!
Can't be. It has to be a lie. She must have switched the contents with a catered bento. Such purely Japanese cooking. Mion Sodazaki couldn't possibly make this!
Nope. This is easy for Mi-chan if she gets serious. She almost never gets serious, though.
Just who do you think this old man is? Given enough time and ingredients, I could even reproduce the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. The entire classroom gulped audibly, and everyone wrote down a score on the notepaper in their hands simultaneously. It made sense. Just the visual impact would give her a perfect score. Also, does this mean, like, all the students are gonna sample your lunch to the point where there's nothing left? That could be a problem for y'all. Alright, let's see Rena's. Okay, so we're going based on presentation, I guess. Anyway. Alright, let's see Rena's next. It's starting double high. Okay, starting double high, and then everybody else is like, alright. Okay, Rika has a chance as well, but still. Setting the bar high. I would feel so bad if I went immediately after these two. Alright, let's see Rena's next. Rena's really good at cooking, too.
Rena's bento was always like a flower arrangement. Thanks, everyone. I'll reveal my bento now. Hey!
Rena's bento was a beautiful mix of the two colors of eggs and minced meat. And it, too, was a bento staple. The Soboro bento. She had been thorough with the side dishes as well, and they were abundant in number. She had spent more time than usual on it, but it was unassuming and truly nonchalant. He's dead. Yeah, he's so dead. One couldn't ignore the household warmth in it that Mion's bento lacked. Yeah, I guess Mion's flashy, well, you know, the difference between flashy and home. Like, super fancy restaurant versus home cooking that you just love the warmth of. Like, both are high praise. Anyway.
If I may say, you've done it again. This should get quite a high score.
I should have known. It may look rigid, but there isn't anything to deduct points from. Amazing as always. And once again, every one of the judges wrote a score on their notepaper at the same time. There seemed to be some who were revising their opinions when they compared it to Mion's score, too. The whole classroom seemed split between Mion and Rena. And on everyone's face, it was clear that they all wanted to be tasting them rather than scoring them.
Man, I can't go back to my PB&J after this. Man. Then we'll be next. Yes. I will now reveal mine.
Come to think of it, Satoko and Rika-chan ate with me last night at my house. It was impressive that they still made a bento. Separate ones at that. Both the bentos were clearly lacking compared to Mion's artfulness and Rena's perfection. However, because of that, you could sense from them how hard they worked. The toppings were a little on the rough side, but you could still feel that they tried their hardest. It made you feel a little biased so that you'd give them more points. A few people struck by just that once again revised their opinions and wrote in scores on their notepaper. Satoko, Rika-chan, you both made really good bentos today. They might not measure up to Rena or Mion's craftsmanship, but when you think about that, they're pretty amazing. Satoko and Rika-chan glanced at each other and grinned happily.
This is a secret, okay? Matter. Eh? What? When Satoko told me, I broke off from the others and secretly looked for my classmates' bento boxes. There. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun's bento boxes. I took a quick peek inside and... yeah, half the contents were missing! Oh my god. Not bad. In the end, Satoko and Rika-chan hadn't made bento today. A bold move. I got Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun to share their bentos with them. Hey, Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun. How did they buy you out? What are you saying, Maibara-san? When did we get bought out? And for what? And by who? That's right. It's not like we traded them our duty watering the garden for half our bentos. Totally didn't. Curse you, Satoko. What an impudent trick. Satoko grinned, showing her fang-like canines, and laughed in triumph. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, this is only something I learned from you, Keiichi-san. Oh, ho, ho. Oh! Yes. Oh, ho, ho. How naive. Naive. I kind of forgot a syllable in there. How naive. Buying them out with watering duty alone. They're men. If you're going to buy them out, you need to use something a lot spicier than that. For example, like giving them 3 tickets to walk Satoko and Rika-chan around like dogs all day with them on all fours wearing tails and leashes around their necks. Oh my god, that's fucking— I don't like saying that. I'm gonna move on. Well, stop. I'm not reading that. I refuse. As I was lost in my wild thoughts, Leon clapped me on the shoulder and called me back to reality. I'm not saying that. Alright, next up is Kei-chan's bento. We're all hoping for something pretty great because of your declaration yesterday. But how did it really turn out? Keiichi-kun can do it if he needs to. He wouldn't set his house on fire, right? Totally. Rena was really excited for today. They're all looking forward to it. But it's really just leftovers from dinner last night. I didn't even make it either. I was not supposed to stand up to Mion and Rena and the others. That's it. Feast your eyes on this. Ah! A half-assed flourish. I tore the lid off my bento box. Perhaps too energetically, and I dropped it. Nope. There weren't very many cheers. Well, I guess there wouldn't be any. Keiichi-kun, you tried your hardest too! And I could tell how hard you worked. Rona, don't feel like you need to compliment me. How did this happen? Was Keiichi-san actually a hard worker after all? Well, I mean, I want to acknowledge how hard you tried, but for this showdown, it doesn't matter. Mion's cold, mean laugh. It was like it spoke for everyone's opinion, just like that. Keiichi-kun did really well, considering it was his first challenge, you know? I think maybe everyone should rate his a little higher, you know, the pity system, just some pity points or something. You know, like in Mario Party, you always have that one person who just had so much bad luck, but then they do really good with the bonus star, so they're at least on the board. Not enough to win, but they're on the board, maybe. But for the showdown, it doesn't matter. Alright, Kei-chan. If you have any last words before we tally up the results, I'll listen to them now. What do you mean by last words? Oh, you know, like...
who you're gonna sell or you're like, who's gonna get to own your futon, who's gonna get to own your radio, that sort of thing. I mean that you might be hoping for a few extra points if you appeal somehow to the crowd. Come on, haven't you watched those cooking shows where there's a crowd favorite even though they're clearly not the superior chef? Anyway, after all, for today's showdown, you just need to avoid coming in last. If you do well enough, then maybe you'll be able to worm out of the punishment game. Oh ho ho! You are implying that Keiichi-san's bento is going to take last place, aren't you? No, this old man wasn't trying to say anyone's bento came in last or anything. But if that's what you're assuming from my words, then I will not stop you, as I cackle repulsively, according to Keiichi. In contrast, Satoko's smile was growing somehow awkward. Oh, right. This bento was filled with last night's side dishes. Right. Yeah, okay, yeah, that adds a whole nother layer to this, because then if he loses, then that would be the equivalent of Satoko losing. That means it was basically a bento that Satoko made. And Mion outright said it would come in last place. Michan, aren't you being a little mean? Poor Keiichi-kun. Rena, Kei-chan knew he couldn't lose today's bento showdown beforehand, didn't he? He did all that grandstanding yesterday, well aware of that. I don't think there's any reason to go easy on him, do you? Right, Satoko? Yes, you are right. And he came here with this mess. It makes me laugh. Oh, wait, Satoko-chan? You can't laugh at him. But that bento is just so ridiculous. I can't help but laugh. She's got tears. These side dishes look like they were bought from a shop. It's really disillusioning. Look, this one was just taken out of a can, wasn't it? This cucumber here isn't cut cleanly, like the knife didn't go all the way through. Kei-chan, you never used a knife, did you? Your lack of experience is apparent. No, this goes beyond a simple lack of experience. Oh, honey. This is getting very heartbreaking and awkward. The presentation is fairly monotonous as well. It's almost a shock to see such a lack of taste. It was my first experience putting food in a bento box, so of course it's not going to look too good. Kei-chan, there's a bigger problem than how you put it into the box. Tomita, Okamura, explain, please. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were chosen from our many underclassmen because for some reason fate decided that they're the ones who are always called upon. Tomita-kun quickly adjusted his glasses and took a step forward. Oh no. The fatal flaw in Maibara-san's bento. Oh, God. And this is all gonna fly into Satoko. It's the coloration. As you know, there are 3 primary colors forming the basis of all colors, so if you want a well-balanced color scheme, then excluding white and black, you need those 3 colors. You sure about that? You sure? I can't imagine much of a reason to have blue. And, nevertheless, if you remove the white and black from Maibara-san's bento, all that would be left is dark green. Dark green. No one will want to eat if you describe it like that. I don't know, man. Dark green sounds kind of good. I had forgotten. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun had been bought out by Rika-chan and Satoko. So they were trying their hardest to let them win and make me lose, weren't they? What strong wills they have. It was charming, if only because they were working so hard despite having been bought out.
The side dishes have no spirit in them either. They're all pre-packaged or canned food. In other words, out of the 3 necessary requirements for a bento, love, spirit, and taste, we can assert that Maibara-san's bento is lacking 2 of these. The classroom, convinced by the elucidation of the mystery they were thoroughly baffled with, raised mysterious groans of admiration.
This is hurting my heart. No heart and no spirit. It's decided then? Keiji Maibara.
This may sound cold, but if you realized how much fun cooking is because of all this, Keiji-kun, isn't that enough?
Oh no.
In any case, everything is fine as long as I'm not doing the punishment game.
So cold. Rena was giving a dry smile as well.
Oh ho ho! It's been settled, Keiji-san. You're going to be the one doing the punishment game.
Oh ho ho ho. She laughed in such a vile manner, but she didn't look like she meant it. I knew that Satoko was speaking ill of a bento that she'd practically made herself in front of the whole classroom, and I could tell how painful that laughter was. Okamoto-kun said before that this bento lacked spirit. But among all the bento laid out here today, there wasn't a single one with as much spirit as this one. This meal that she made for me yesterday in such a good mood, though it looked like she was in a bad one. I won't let it end with this slander.
Well then, last place, Keiji-san. Please admit your honest defeat already.
Could you wait just a moment? When I began to speak in a low voice, the expressions of all the members of the club changed. Mion clicked her tongue. This man was baring his fangs at the last moment again. My bento was defeated because it lacked spirit. That's how you explained it. Am I wrong, Okamoto-kun? Okamoto-kun, who had suddenly been placed in the spotlight, looked flustered for a moment, but immediately he stammered in reply that I was right. Oh shit, CG with him! His mouth looks a little wonky, I will say. But anyway. How do you measure spirits? By difficulty? By effort? By sweat or tears? I fucking love smug-ass Rena over here. Hold on. Hold on. I love smug-ass Rena. Like, yes, Mion also looks smug, but Rena, though. Or not Rena, sorry, Rika. Why am I saying Rena? I meant Rika! Fucking Rika! Rika! Rika looks fucking smug over there, I love it. Fucking R names. Alright. Alright, by its manifestation! Then how would you rate these burns that are still on my hands?
Wow, Keiji-kun, those are oil burns? What the fuck are you doing here? The oil burn is a big fucking deal!
Great, the burn marks from when I almost caused a fire yesterday looked just like I was having a ton of trouble cooking. And also, I truly am a slowpoke incarnate, because how did I not feel the pain from this at all? Because, oh my god. Guys, oil burns are no fucking joke. I've gotten like a slight burn just from like a tiny little bit of oil bursting, and then just like the tiniest little drop on my hand, and I felt it for hours. Like, oil burns are no joke. So I'm surprised they weren't mentioned at all. 1 deformed my chest, right? I had a coworker whose hand was like completely scarred for like months from a really bad oil burn. Like, bruh. You don't fucking joke with oil burns. And with that disclaimer out of the way, I could clearly tell that the classroom was forced to acknowledge the effort I put into it. I see.
I see. To turn your failures at cooking due to lack of skill into scars of hard work instead.
Oh wait, no, it's probably you. I see. To turn your failures at cooking due to lack of skill into scars of hard work instead. As I thought, I cannot falter around this man. That's right, I lack skill. I'm so bad at cooking that my grandstanding yesterday was pitiful, but I didn't run away. And I fought! And in fact, I almost burnt my house down! And I delivered these results. That someone else made, but anyway, is that not spirit? What do you think?
Rena wants to acknowledge it. Nobody can keep on going if their defiant spirit doesn't get valued.
The girls in the class started to nod in agreement. Okay, the tables are turning. But Tomita-kun and Okamoto-kun, bought out by the objects of their unrequited affection, weren't about to lose either. They shifted to the counterattack, exceeding the price they were paid. Clearly. I forgot to throw clearly in there. Anyway, I see.
I understand your feelings, my Bara-san.
However, if spirit was all that mattered in cooking, the world wouldn't need chefs. That's right. If a chef brought you a burned steak and said they put their spirit into it and tried hard, would you pay them? You wouldn't, would you? It's the same thing. That's right. That's how it goes. The male students took Tomita and Okamura's side. They did have a point. What about consideration? Even if you did get a totally black steak. If I knew how much the mother who made it struggled, I would eat it. I would eat it all. This time, the female students in the classroom took my side. I was gonna point something out, but we'll move on. Good. Now we're even. And by point out, I mean point out a disappointment from old school thinking. But anyway. Besides, a bento is a refinement of one's love given form. It only means something when the other person feels that way. Does your bento make us feel that way, my Bara-san? No, it doesn't make me feel that way. Bro, you just shot yourself with that one. You're mean! The girls in the class began to boo loudly at his remark. Now even Okamura-san was panicking. Order! Order! Will the spectators please refrain from making remarks? Your Honor, in order to prove how much of my spirit has gone into this bento, I call Miss Ryugu Rena, an authority in the culinary arts, to the stand. Alright, I guess we're doing court now.
Rena thinks this bento has spirit in it. It might be rather artless in places. But I think cooking isn't just about outward appearances.
The girls in the class again gave cries of support as they all applauded. In response, all the men in the class began to boo. The non-binaries, they couldn't care less. They were busy eating their lunch instead of participating. Your Honor! Everyone's playing along with it now. The opinions of my Bara-san and Ryuga-san are extremely sentimental and aren't in following with the common sense. Or with common sense. Where did the come from? They are unsuitable to use as evidence. Order! Order! The prosecution's objection is sustained. Go ahead. Let's replace the bento in question with a birthday present, for example. Let's say on my birthday, I, Tomita, received a hand-knitted sweater. And he, Okamura, received a bookstore gift certificate for 10,000 yen. That feels strangely real. Was it actually just an example? Common sense dictates which of them has the spirit. It is, of course, the hand-knitted sweater. If we went back to the bento, this would be handmade side dishes. And the gift certificate, which is nothing more than money, allows you to buy things. In other words, it's the same as simple, meaningless canned goods. Don't shit on canned goods. You motherfucker. Do you realize how many families in poverty make canned goods thrive. Rada rada. The boys and girls all began to argue amongst themselves about presents. They were all talking about what they received as presents in the past. Damn. Tomita-kun. He changed the subject to something that could easily grab everyone's attention. Not bad. I'll lose the initiative at this rate. Objection! This matter regards the spirit put into the bento. It is entirely different from birthday presents, as they are each unique situations. Overruled. Will the prosecution please continue? Damn! Insert Phoenix Wright graphics. Now then, what's important here is the fact that the spirit of the giver and spirit of the receiver are totally different. Between the handmade sweater that looks a bit askew and the 10,000 yen bookstore gift certificate placed here before your very eyes, which would you say is the better choice? The gift certificate, right? It's 10,000 yen! 10,000! Can you calculate how many comic books you could buy with that? You could instantly complete a full collection if it was around 10 volumes long. Dozens of happy, humorous manga. The bliss of your soothed heart can't be compared to the sweater. The boys unanimously praised that with applause. Materialistic brats. But all guys that age are like that. Even I would choose the gift certificate over the sweater in that case. Hey, wait, weren't you guys the ones who said it was about love, spirit, and taste right at the start? Since when did taste trump all? That's the stance they were taking now. I believe this has demonstrated that the spirit of the giver and the spirit of the receiver have no casual relationship. Yes, no matter how much my bar-san struggled to make this bento. That cannot enter into consideration for the rest of us on the receiving end. Mere sophistry, Tomita-kun. It has plenty of spirit. Whether that gets through or not is the receiver's problem. That's right. Boo! Taste is most important. Enemy of women. What was that? Now the courtroom is in chaos. But I can't allow myself to lose. It's in so much chaos I flew out the window, which is why we're looking in from outside. And not only to avoid the punishment game, but also to protect Satoko's honor. Now then, do the defendants have a response to give? Slowly and strongly, I nod and step up to the Days? I think it's pronounced Days. Anyway, I step up. Tomita-kun, Okamoto-kun. Do you two really think you can beat me with mere words? Isn't that how court works? Sure, you also need physical evidence, but, like, mostly words. The prosecution just said that we should value the gift without basing it on the spirit of the giver. Correct? At some point, I began speaking formally. I think everybody has. Yes, that's right. No matter how much you labor to make that bento, that labor should not factor into our grading. Then I have a question for the prosecution. Oh yeah, wouldn't that just cancel out, like, the points given to Rika and Satoko for how hard they worked on theirs? Then I have a question for the prosecution. If I, Maibara, were to take the bento I made for today and placed it beside one bought from the store, would both of these be given the same score? The prosecution hesitated to speak. Gotcha. That's right! A convenience store bento doesn't even come close to a homemade one. No matter how badly made it is, it has far more spirit than a bento that you just bought would ever have. You see, that spirit is being graded, meaning the spirit the cook put into the bento has already reached the recipients. Admit it! Boom. With those impactful words drawn in the air behind me, I pointed my finger. The girls, led by Rena, broke into applause. Some of the boys were admitting to it, too. I'll admit it. You admitted it? You admitted it, right? Then let's move to why a convenience store bento has no spirit in it. What exactly is the spirit in a bento in the first place? Objection! My Barzan is trying to deceive the court by using abstract expressions. Objection overruled. This sounds interesting, so listen until he's done. Got him. Now, I'll show you two the difference between us. Your Honor, I'd like to call Miss Rika Furude to the stand as a witness. Even for Rika-chan, that must have seemed like a bolt from the blue. From the blue. There's no doubt that she ever dreamed the point of my spear would be aiming at her. But, Rika-chan, you said it before. For the showdown, it doesn't matter. Now what happens? I will never give up the fight. Sorry. Rika Furude-san. Your bento today was very well made. It looks delicious. Yes. Sotoko and Rika-chan's bentos had been made of half of Tomita-kun's and Okamura-kun's. The prosecutor's faces turned pale, but they were too late. Rena, would you bring Okamura-kun's bento over here? Huh? Okay, sure. Your Honor, my bento has no relevance to this case. Overruled. Your Honor, I submit Okamura-kun's bento box as evidence. Look at it! Look at what's inside! There's only half in there. I mean, isn't it lunchtime? Shouldn't he be eating it? Like, what? I'm finding some slight logic flaw in the story, but anyway, we'll go with it. Because we're going Phoenix Wright style now. Ace Attorney, I suppose, because that's the name, but I just like saying, but I always call it Phoenix Wright, because people will know what you mean when you say it. Anyway, it's not about whether there's half. Please, look a little more closely. See? They're exactly the same! Your Honor, you've seen it. Miss Rika Furude's bento is stolen from Okamura-kun's. There is no way such a thing could have spirit in it. No, but that's just a coincidence. It's already obvious. Spirit, it's a game of catch between the giver and the receiver. The bento box, then, is the ball. That bento was something Okamura-kun was given from mother to son. That means Okamura-kun is the only one who can feel the spirit from this bento box. Now that it's been disturbed and been stolen, it no longer has that spirit. Dun, dun, dun! That's it! Huh? What? Is that true? Also, let's be real, further evidence from circumstantial evidence. Even if Rika had to, speed make it, Rika's food quality is way higher than what... No offense to Okamura-kun's mother, but Rika has a certain quality about her food that should be obvious, so... Is that true? Rika-chan, is that true? Nipa. That is basically by not saying anything, you say, "Oh, I see how it is." Mion, the judge, folded her arms and began to hum. I couldn't even take a guess as to what Mion was laughing about. Frankly, I didn't know whether I would win or lose. Okay. Before announcing my judgment, I'll start from the top. The entire classroom quieted. First, from an objective standpoint, there's no doubt that the bento of the accused, Keiichi Maibara, must be seen as poorly made. This is something that the grading results clearly display. Ugh. But, as Kei-chan said, cooking is not all about taste. The spirit put into it should be considered subtle seasoning. For grading, though, that would only amount to a few points. It's so subtle that it's not enough to alter the results. Ugh. Now then, I'd like to mention the original reason for today's bento showdown. What was the reason for it? That's right. We started it to see whether the accused, Keiichi Maibara, could cook for himself and to measure the result. Yeah, that's right. Keiichi-kun did make his own bento. Yeah! That stung my conscience a bit. Before the showdown, it didn't matter, right? So, the whole basis behind the showdown was to cook a meal for yourself. In other words, whether or not the meal was homemade. Rika-chan neglecting to do that is a much bigger problem than how good her bento is. In other words, is she disqualified? Rika-chan let out a nipa, looking as though she had prepared herself for this outcome. Don't take it personally, Rika-chan. At our club, things like that don't matter.
I'll stab you in your sleep. Keiichi did well, like I thought. And I shall stab him in his sleep. I know where you live. You tried your hardest until the very end. And so must I. Keiichi didn't make his bento!
Rika-chan demanded I lower my head. Then she petted. She pets when she's sympathetic to you. And with that over with, this case is closed. Today, last place goes to Rika Furude. Whoa! That miraculous turnaround. And last place went to Rika-chan, the one everyone had least expected. You know, right up there with Rena. I think Rena was also least expected. But anyway, the whole classroom went wild. I'm amazed you managed to avoid coming in last place with such a terrible bento. Sotoko looked at me hatefully, but spoke in a vague kind of voice. There's no way I'd come in last. There's nothing in this bento that would deserve last place. But it's all poorly made side dishes and canned goods. It has no style and grab. Sotoko was speaking more and more poorly of herself as time went on, so I roughly grabbed her head and began to stroke it. Give her some pats. I told you, spirit is important. This bento isn't all about appearance. It's got all kinds of flavors in it. But spirit isn't the only thing. It tastes totally weird, and what about it is weird? I thought it was great. It was absolutely great. That's why I packed it. If dinner last night had been bad, then I would never have brought it to school. I would have come here with some bread and a milk carton. But... Oh, just shut up already! I caressed her head, swinging it from side to side. At some point, Rena had come up behind us. She was giggling to herself. That was the face of someone who had known everything from the beginning. Don't let the club president hear you say this. When did you realize I hadn't made it?
When you showed us your burns, I guess. I mean, there's nothing in your bento that you needed oil for.
The true ace attorney / detective right here.
Why the fuck would you have oil burns when there's nothing in there that would cause that? It's a contradiction, and I found it. Reno-san, don't you think you are misunderstanding something? I didn't do anything. Huh? Satoko-chan, you weren't the one who made this bento? Then did Keiichi-kun make it by himself after all? Okay, then I guess he did.
Rena smiled roguishly and turned from Satoko to me.
When you cut cucumbers, you hold the knife like this and go like this. As for the colors, you can express all sorts of things if you place vegetables in the right way.
This lecture was clearly not meant for me. She's using me to, like, I'm picturing, like, the words bouncing off of Keiichi and, like, hitting Satoko instead. That is her intent.
But you've gotten a lot better since the last time you showed us. I see you've been studying. If you keep this up, I bet you'll be able to make better and better dishes in no time.
She continued saying words clearly meant for Satoko while facing me instead. Satoko was wearing an ambiguous look and couldn't even nod her head at her. Anyway, no matter what anyone says, I like the way my bento is today. I'm not gonna share it with anyone else either. I'll eat the whole thing by myself.
Wow, how greedy. Rena wants to try some too.
As we were going back and forth, Satoko rubbed her eyes as though she was drowsy, then announced to Mion and everyone else,
Excuse me, the truth is, I got Tomita-san to give me some of his bento. Stupid. Hojo, what are you saying?
If she'd kept it a secret, then at least she would have been saved. Tomita-kun looked at her with an expression filled with regret and surprise. Huh? Is that true? Really? Oh my! She totally saw it happen. Mion spun her finger around, then pointed to the hallway, sentencing Satoko to the punishment game as well. Satoko left the classroom behind her, completely prepared, as though she was going with Rika-chan on an errand.
I can't let Rika go alone. I will accompany her to the very depths of hell. You don't need to go that far. I know you don't like the heat. I'm bored. Keiichi-san really is terrible too. Humiliating only Rika like that. He is truly a rotten person.
I didn't mean... I couldn't just return Satoko's kindness with malice.
Hey, Satoko really is silly.
Rika-chan spoke so that only I could hear her, grinning happily.
Now then, let us be off, Rika. Time to go die. Punishment games are one of our duties as club members.
Satoko seemed awfully happy, not frustrated in the slightest, like she always was when she lost. Damn. Rika-chan's right after all. Everyone here is a moron. Spoken like a true moron, the king of morons. The apex moron, dare I say. Mion, I'll come clean too. I didn't make my bed. Oh! Okay, I thought time advanced for a second. Anyway, Mion, I'll come clean too. I didn't make my bento today. Kenon, hello, how's it going? Cute emote. Thanks for dropping by, hope you're doing good. How's it going? I was the same, so I'm going with them. For the punishment game. Huh? Even you, Keiichi? What's going on?
Good luck! With the punishment game, I mean, try not to die! I'll get the first aid kit ready!
Call an ambulance in advance, will you? And maybe a hearse, just in case. Leaving a bewildered Mion and a happily smiling Rena behind in the classroom, I went into the hallway.
What are you doing? You finally won for once! I had no idea you had such an odd taste for these punishment games that you'd go so far as to volunteer yourself for one.
Guess so. It's a little much for a hobby, eh?
I swear. I think you're underestimating this one. We're one thing, but grave harm might actually befall you, Keiichi-san.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking if it was Rika, then Chie-sensei would probably be like,
It's Rika. It's Rika. I'll bite the bullet and deal with it. I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it. It's Rika. It's fine. It's fine. Satoko. Satoko.
Keiichi, though. Keiichi's gonna die on the spot.
I hope you're ready to have 1 or 2 ribs broken.
That sounds like it would hurt. I don't like getting hurt. It's okay. You did not react at all to getting oil burns. I think you will be fine.
Keiichi-san, you just stand there and nod along, okay? Rika and I will smooth it over. Let us do the talking. You just stand there, look pretty, and smile and wave.
Nimbledore, that's some intense punishment for school kids. Yeah, it's kind of like they lose the game and they come up with the dares like this, and yeah. It's mostly for comedic effect, but yeah, it's intense.
I swear, I can't believe I have to look after you even during a punishment game. Seriously.
I already knew that her pouty behavior was a sign that she was actually in a really good mood. So it made me want to smile.
Yes, just like that. Just smile and wave.
Hey, I do want to eat some vegetable stir-fry. Satoko, can you make that?
What? Well, there's nothing I can't do if I put my mind to it.
I don't know why my brain decided to make me stutter there, but...
She can make it very well. I really like Satoko's stir-fry.
She was uneasy at first, but once she got assurance from Rika-chan, she turned back and looked at me with once more confident eyes. It's settled then. Let's go shopping for stuff after school today. I don't really have any idea what to buy after all.
That is true, isn't it? I think it's still too early for you to go shopping at the supermarket, Keiichi-san. It would make me anxious if I wasn't watching. And Satoko makes me anxious that she'll buy the wrong thing if I'm not watching. Rika!
The conversation continued as we walked until we arrived before the door to the teacher's lounge, aka the gates of hell. Okay, let's get this punishment game over with and discuss the menu for tonight. Rika-chan gleefully grabbed onto my arm. In turn, I pulled Satoko into me, grabbing her shoulder with my other hand. We'll all be together in death. I won't let anyone die alone.
We're all together. I won't let anybody die alone.
Oh my god, guys, stop with the... God damn it.
What an indiscreet thing to say. I want no part in something so disturbing.
I have unfortunate news for you, Satoko. Have you heard of a visual novel called Higurashi? Are you aware that you were a character in this visual novel? Are you aware that this visual novel is also a horror game? Or visual novel? Because so far I have yet to make an option to give me any agency that would make it a game. Anyway. She may have sounded annoyed. But she was so happy it was gonna make me blush. Alright. Just beyond this door is the world after death. However, we shall return. All of us will. I'm pretty sure Retta made sure there were Phoenix Downs in that first aid kit. Pretty sure. She restocked those, right?
Yes, everyone will. Then, let us sally forth.
Hey, Teach! Slam. I like how they actually have a bowl of curry right there. At least, I'm pretty sure that's curry. Anyway. We opened the doorway to the world of death. Down in the underworld. And like she did every day, just as the sun rose in the eastern sky, Chie-sensei was eating curry for lunch. It was store-bought, but she made a point of eating a different brand every day.
Oh my Barkun, Furude-san, and Hojo-san. Is something the matter?
She appeared to be in the middle of a moment of supreme bliss, her mouth full of her beloved curry. And we were to pick a fight with her. What a crime this punishment game would be. However, it was what we had to do. For that was the rule of our club. The three of us held each other's shoulders tightly once more. I just noticed, why does it look like there's a genie lamp on the desk lamp? Lamp session. Lampception. That's funny. Anyway. Alright. Let's do this. Ready?
What do you mean, ready? Keiichi-san, you're going to stay quiet. Rika and I will handle everything. And trust your life to me for now. And shut the fuck up! Just stand there, look pretty, smile and wave, all that shit. Just don't open your mouth. Go for it. Yay.
What are you all doing? We could see 2 or 3 question marks popping up above the teacher's head. Alright, Satoko. This is the only time I'll trust you with my life. Maybe. Because I'll be shutting my eyes tightly and only thinking about what we'll be having for dinner. I'm leaving it to you. Satoko inhaled deeply. And so... Hey, you over there! You stuck-up curry snob! You're single because you smell like garlic! Imagine a dust cloud as someone flies out one of the windows. Heaven. Reno, you have Phoenix Downs, right? In the end, my selfish request was readily granted. As Satoko muttered complaints under her breath, quite merrily, she came with me to the store. Rika-chan didn't come with us. She really did just go. Yeah, she takes her curry very seriously. She said she had a thing she wanted to do, or something. I believed her when she told me, but when I really thought about it, I started to think maybe she was being considerate towards Satoko in her own way. Without Rika-chan here, Satoko was prouder and more loquacious than ever. Sent me a meme. Actually, Misatsu-chan. That's totally what the teacher just did. Love it. Anyway, loquacious. That's a big word.
Do you understand? Supermarkets will put things on sale when it gets near closing time.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that being a thing, especially in Japanese convenience stores. We kind of have something similar in America, for those who aren't aware, where we, like, where you might find, like, a manager's special or, like, a big discount on, like, meat, but you have to use it, like, either that night or the next night because it'll... Usually that night you have to use it because it's about to expire, so, which is why it goes on sale. Which I assume is the same here, but they just... Yeah, yeah. This thing here too with baked goods. Awesome. Yeah. They just don't... I think I've seen, like, they'll... You know, like she's saying right now, when it gets near closing time, for us it's like, it's an all-day thing. I've never seen sales happen like midday. Anyway,
For example, you can't have a stir fry without some pork, and if we wait a little longer, it'll be marked half off. They can't sell meat or fish once it's not fresh anymore.
Yeah, same logic, just ours is, like, not at the end of the day, it's the day. So these children would be on deep discount.
So they make it all cheaper in a last-ditch effort to not have anything left over. Of course, every veteran housewife is familiar with this concept, and when we get close to happy hour like we are now...
And I wasn't really listening to her, but she was telling me all this quite proudly. Every time I seemed surprised at something or made an affirmative grunt in place of conversation, Satoko would say,
"You don't know anything, do you, Keiichi-san?"
and smile very happily in spite of her complaints. She led me by the hands to all sorts of stalls, one after the other. She was in such a supreme mood that just being with her cheered me up. Merely being pulled into Satoko's pace was a lot of fun. Hey, why don't we just go with this economy-sized pack? Whoa, there's a real good-looking one with cheese in it over there. Or over here.
Keiichi-san, you have no financial sense.
Where are her parents? I'm pretty sure they're dead. I'm pretty sure they were actually victims in the, weird, mysterious death cases, I think, if I'm recalling correctly. So yeah, her parents aren't around. And she doesn't technically have to fend for herself. She has Rika. So 2 little girls have to fend for themselves, because Rika's parents are absolutely confirmed dead. Yeah, all Satoko had at some point was her brother, and then her brother just disappeared. And she's assuming he ran away, but I'm pretty sure there's more to it than that.
Anyway, Keiichi-san, you have no financial sense. Look at this. It's over our budget.
That's how I feel when I go shopping with my mom. Where's CPS? I don't know. This village kind of do its own thing, let's be real. Yeah, I do this with my mom, because she's like, it's so much more cost-effective to get the economy size, and I'm like, but I can't afford the economy size! Like, I know it's more cost-effective, but sometimes you just gotta stick with your current budget. It's kind of the balance thing there. Yeah, my mom just loves getting the economy size, and then it usually goes to waste. Unfortunately. The economy is so bad I ain't got the money. Yeah. It's economy sized, as in to afford economy. Yeah. It's economy sized because it has to be good economy. Anyway. I mean, I know in the end it's like per economy size, like I know it balances out when you, like if you try to get the equivalent in the smaller sizes, yes, it is a better deal. But at the moment, do you need the economy size? That's how I look at it. Or do I know I'm gonna use it all before it goes bad? That's my logic. But of course, my mom tends to... Yeah, my mom tends to go big. Not always, but... There are times where she comes back and it's like, did you really have to get the big one? Yes, it's a better deal. Madam. Anyway, we don't have enough money. Satoko pushed a handful of receipts in my face. Pfft, why can't Satoko do these kinds of mental calculations when she's at school? Drat. Should we buy a load of the normal ones or buy fewer of the better stuff with the cheese in it? This is quite troubling. Calm down. For boys at your age, it's wiser to choose quantity over quality. Satoko, you're being too strict. A man's heart desires both quality and quantity. What can't you understand? Why can't you understand that? No matter the size of a man's heart, his wallet won't be any bigger. Truth. I swear. Hey, stop clinging to the glass so stubbornly. After enjoying ourselves in such an exchange, we started to hear energetic voices coming from over by the butcher we visited earlier. Right, absolute mood. Big of heart, tiny of wallet. I could see a handful of housewives flooding the place. Ah, it's sale time.
Oh no! If we don't hurry, all the half-off pork will be gone! Ow, ow, ow! Don't pull me! Don't pull on my neck!
Satoko really seemed like she was having fun. She looked like a kid who had grabbed her family's hands while running towards an amusement park attraction. In the end, the bag of pork we had tamed was so normal that it almost hurt, but I knew that it would taste absolutely delicious.
'Cause it'll have spirit!
Outside, at some point, the cicadas had been replaced by the Higurashi's chorus. Cicadas and Higurashi are the same thing, buddy. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, I hate that the market is so saturated that I'm now subconsciously detecting it. Yeah. The air was so clear and it felt so good. Our silhouettes stretching out on the ground made for a really wonderful picture. We had filled our bicycle baskets to the brim with our shopping bags. They only contained ingredients and various other foodstuffs. Even so, every last thing packed in them sort of looked really happy, and made me feel really happy in return. Going shopping for dinner seems pretty sensible too. It makes you really enjoy your meals. I can't wait to eat.
That's a part of cooking for yourself as well. Dinner starts while you're shopping for it.
I'm so excited for this. Vegetable stir-fry isn't even in my mom's cookbook. I never get to eat it unless we go to a Chinese place, so I'm really looking forward to it today. Wow, my brain just fried. I didn't even use the subject in my sentence. I get ya. I understand the brain fry. That's me 24/7.
That is indeed a pity. Then today, I will present to you an especially tasty dish.
Normally, right about now, was the time I would start messing with her hair. But I didn't. Yeah. I bet you'll end up making something really great. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm adopting you as my little sister now. I'm looking through Twitter and Blue Sky and I'm just VTuber, 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 AI, VTuber, art scam, AI art. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I block any mentioned AI. Like, if somebody posts AI, I block it instantly. Fuck that shit. Anyway. She stammered for a second. Satoko had been prepared for me to start making fun of her right then, too. And when it didn't come, she was surprised. Or maybe she stammered for some other reason. I don't know. But I immediately knew she wasn't feeling anything bad.
Yes, I'll deliver an extraordinarily delectable dish. You'd better look forward to it.
As Satoko and I rode back on our bikes, I had a thought. Was I this sort of person? Until now, I would have lashed back at Satoko right away if she did something to me. Yeah, that was the kind of relationship we had. We would poke at each other a little, then kick up a storm while nitpicking at one another. At some point, that had changed. We weren't playing our usual tit for tat. I didn't provoke her, so we didn't fight. That went for Satoko, too. Satoko, who I thought I knew, hadn't been like this until now. Our relationship was changing, little by little. That's what it felt like. But it wasn't something I had to worry about. It was like our relationship had become a little bit happier, a little bit more charming. I wonder why we changed like this. You've subconsciously adopted her as your little sister. Was she lonely and projecting her older brother, Satoshi, who hadn't returned home, onto me? Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely, yes. Rika-chan told me about that yesterday. That was probably exactly it. So, as my actions drew closer to Satoshi's, Satoko was returning to how she'd been when she was living happily with her brother. In other words, this Satoko was the real Satoko. Satoko had been able to see her brother again and had finally gone back to normal. Now that I'd been playing the role of her brother, I discovered that she really could smile so sweetly. But I wasn't Satoshi Hojo. I was Keiichi Maibara, a totally different person. I almost feel like I'm getting Mystic Messenger flashbacks. If you know, you know. I couldn't become her brother. I could come close, but I could never really get there. That was vaguely, somehow, a little sad. The flashback's now gone. I was wearing Satoshi's mantle, and that would have to come off one day. And that would doubtlessly put an end to this meager, nostalgic, peaceful time of Satoko's. A limited tranquility. A tranquility that would end one day. Putting it in those terms, it really was sad. I shook my head firmly and drove off those pointless thoughts.
What's the matter, Keiichi-san?
Sorry, it's nothing.
If it's nothing, then please don't act all strange like that. It makes me worried that you might have eaten something rotten.
Right. Sorry, Satoko. Nagging like always. But she still seemed really happy. That mood of hers drew me in, putting a smile on my own face. Hey, Keiichi Maibara. Why don't we quit thinking about this having to end one day? If it will, then just think about it when that happens. There was one thing, however, that I could say for sure. As long as I smiled like this, Satoko's own smile would never wane. So long as I stayed this way, this tranquility would never end. Satoshi would come back one day, too. That might happen a lot further away than I'd like, but until that day, what's wrong with me being a replacement for him? Saying that I'm not her real brother, so I can't become Satoshi, that was just an excuse. If I just didn't run away, Satoko would stay happy and live a fun life of annoyed nitpicking. I don't know what happened to Satoshi, or what made him abandon Satoko and run away. But seeing Satoko in such a good mood made me think I could persevere as long as I needed to. So, this is what I thought. I wouldn't become Satoshi. I would become a replacement brother. This is it. This is the kind of stir-fry I was waiting for. It's great. It's absolutely great. The salt and pepper in the broth, man. I could eat an entire pot of this.
Stop that, Keiichi-san. You're spilling food everywhere. The food isn't going to run away. You don't need to eat it so fast.
No, it will run away. The best and precious flavors are running away the moment the meal is completed. If you were to make 100 delicious things, then I would have a duty to taste every one of them. It's just good manners to do so.
Your feelings are more than enough. So calm down and enjoy your food.
You're right, I'm sorry. No insults here. I meekly scratched my head, then put down my chopsticks and laughed along with her like it was funny. I ended up doing most of the eating. Satoko was barely taking a bite. She seemed satisfied just by watching me enjoy the food so much. Whenever I filled my mouth with more of her delicious meal, Satoko looked glad. That let me enjoy the food even more. In this way, she kept smiling happily the whole time. Looking at her made me really happy as well. The time passed softly and gently. Before I would have gone back and forth hurling insults with Satoko. In other words, we would have gotten into a fight right away. I'd never known I could feel such peace of mind by talking to her honestly like this. I was a little bit happy about having discovered this new side of Satoko. For example, I was eating food that Satoko had made. There wasn't an inch of me that thought it was suspicious. Before, however, Satoko would have definitely put some sort of trap into this. I think I ate too much. I'm gonna take a dump. Okay. A bit blunt.
Hey, Keiichi-san, it's bad manners to say such words during a meal.
Then what should I say? I'm going to the bathroom? The toilet? The lavatory? Satoko looked down, her face bright red, and pointed down the hallway as if to say, just go already. I mean, all of those would work better than, I'm gonna take a dump. So... Whoops, my old habits seem to have come back. But, yeah. This wasn't all that bad either. No weird schemes, everything is just natural. And while having such utterly unguarded thoughts, I went into the bathroom. You don't need to describe how going to the bathroom works, my guy. Oh, okay. Tug. My foot caught on something string-like. Huh? Couldn't have said it better myself. A kettle? A washed-up Satoko? She got me. I can't believe her. She always does this when I let my guard down. I can't relax for a minute around her. Still, it was kind of funny, and I didn't really feel like getting angry. Satoko, laughing uproariously, came over.
See? I knew you would fall for it sooner or later.
Are you little... I let my guard down for 1 second, and this is what I get! I picked up the wash tubs that had crashed into my head and went to go hit Satoko with it. But then I doubled over with the laughter that was been... I think you mean has been... I want to say Hoyo vs. Hire Me, but wrong game. But I'm carrying the bit over. Hire me. But then I doubled over with the laughter that has been welling up within me, so I couldn't manage it. I wish things could go on forever like this. It's not like I was having the most fun since coming to Hinamizawa or anything. Baka. But it was probably the first time that I'd spent my day so simply and comfortably, ignoring the fact that I probably have 2 broken ribs. From the teacher. Anyway, it really wasn't worth much. It was only a few hours after all. As an only child, it was my first taste of having a sibling. Just washing dishes with her felt really nice. Side by side, we washed with the experienced Satoko doing most of the work as I threw in appropriate words to add to the conversation. The scene was so commonplace and yet so mild and warm. Maybe I had felt this kind of warmth before too, in the past. I think I've stood next to the sink with my mother like this when I was little. It made me feel nostalgic when I remembered it. It was the same sort of slow, easy time. It was tranquil. Such a quiet tranquility that the fact I wasn't uneasy about anything itself almost made me uneasy. Hey, wait. Keiichi, my bro? You feel uneasy about something just from spending time so leisurely? Yeah, it's almost like some horrific shit should be happening right now. You know what I mean? Like, it can't be peaceful too long because then something bad happens that may or may not lead to the deaths of other people. I don't know. You get me? You get me? There's nothing at all to feel uneasy about. It's not like you're actually in a horror visual novel that opens with wholesome slice of life moments. I mean, why would I be punished for enjoying a gentle life? I'd do anything to keep these days going, and I would never do anything bad, no matter what, like breaking and entering into a sacred storehouse. I'd work hard for it and endure much for it. So, God, it's not much of a dream to want this kind of thing to keep on going, but can't you grant it? As I ignore the phone,
Oh? Is that not the telephone? Who could it be at this hour?
Oh, you're right. I hadn't noticed until she mentioned it. I hurried to stand up, then ran to the phone. Who could it be at a time like this? Perhaps your mother or Rika. Being like, hey, where's Satoko? I did feel a little like the phone had interrupted my happy moment. Fuck you, phone. But I still wanted to brag about how happy the time I was spending made me, no matter who it was on the other side. Hello? This is my bar speaking. Hello? Keiichi? It's your mother. I had a feeling. Oh, hello, Mom. What is it? It's pretty late. That was a little cold of me when she was only calling because she was worried about her son. I couldn't help but give myself a dry smile. It sounds like you're doing just fine for yourself. I was worried that you couldn't make dinner and went to bed hungry, so I wanted to make sure you didn't starve to death. Nah, it worked out. Did you make dinner properly? What did you have tonight? It was vegetable stir-fry, rice, and miso soup. Bought stuff for it at the supermarket, plus a whole bunch of side dishes just for fun. Oh, yeah, listen to this. I got the pork during the sale and got it half off. The things a housewife knows, right? And also, it's like, did my son just call himself a housewife? Hell yeah, you go be a male wife, son. I'm proud of you. All of that was thanks to Satoko, and not something I should be proud about. But still, I couldn't help but want to boast about the dinner tonight. It seemed like Mom got the hint that I was in a really good mood. I see. I'm so relieved that you're doing just fine. Oh, yes, another thing. Your dad and I finished up with our job. We think we'll be back tomorrow afternoon or evening. Oh, I see. You did well for 2 nights. We've been pulling all-nighters, too. It was a lot of work, but we managed to fill the gap in your dad's mentor's event. Cool. That's good. Well done. Why did my parents coming home seem so disappointing? It's almost like the melancholy... It's almost like that just leisurely, peaceful background music just stopped as soon... Wow. It's like this background music that should be playing just stopped playing when she said they're coming home probably tomorrow. Kind of makes it feel disappointing to have the music cut out like that. That's kind of what it feels like. Anyway. I knew a little bit of the reason, of course. This tranquility I never wanted to end was about to end so readily. It was a little painful. I mean, why can't you just invite her? I mean, it may be a cultural thing. But why can't you just invite her to come hang out and, like, enjoy dinner here or cook? Or maybe you could go visit her and Rika at their place. I don't know. It doesn't have to end. You just can't have her living with you and cooking dinner every night. Anyway, I'm sure your mom would appreciate a break night, though. After being asked what kind of souvenir I wanted from Tokyo and replying that anything edible would be great, I put down the receiver, and Satoko appeared, having finished cleaning up her trap. At first, Satoko was in a very good mood, but when she saw me put down the receiver with an uncertain expression, her own clouded over a bit. It seemed like she'd gotten the gist of what my phone conversation had been about. Is that your parents, Keiichi-san? Yeah. Mom says they'll be back tomorrow. Oh, that's good then. I won't have to go to the trouble of making you dinner tomorrow. Now you can enjoy your meals with just your family. No, that's not it. When I think about the dull, plain dinner table coming back tomorrow, it's a little lonely. Maybe try to get your parents to engage in more lively conversation besides, so how's work doing? Yeah, good? Okay. How was your day? Good? Okay. You sure do live in luxury. A family sitting around the dinner table is the most fun way to enjoy a meal of all. Her brother Satoshi running away from home came to mind immediately. But there was no gloom in the way she said it.
It was only for 2 days, but they were very enjoyable dinners.
Well then, next time I'll go to your house to visit.
Huh?
Satoko momentarily made a happy smile, but then a second later it changed to an expression of surprise. Okay, yeah, headphones are fine.
My house is small, and it's dirty. And the kitchen isn't as good as this one.
Well, I don't mind. But, well, if you don't want to, then I won't. Satoko shook her head firmly, her whole body expressing denial. I gotta get you to teach me a whole bunch more stuff, too. I finally managed to figure out how to use the rice cooker and how to cook miso soup, after all.
That's right, isn't it? Perhaps we should use this opportunity to have you learn more about cooking.
It was so like Satoko to take this chance to proclaim that it was all for my sake. But there was no way to conceal her own enthusiasm. It was true that this gentle time would come to an end when my parents got back. There was no need to lament that, though. I can easily put in the effort to continue our mild moments like this. Pardon? I'm getting to the end of my rope. Like yesterday, Satoko told me she... How the fuck did I get a cat hair in my mouth? What the fuck? Anyway, like yesterday, Satoko told me she didn't need to be escorted home. Just in case. Hydration check, everybody. But Rika-chan wasn't with her tonight. So she would be going home by herself. Everyone knew everyone else's face here in Hinamizawa, so it wasn't like it was dangerous to go out at night, but it still wasn't good to send a girl on her way all alone. At the very least, that's what I thought, as Satoko's quote-unquote older brother. I'll take you as far as the school, at least. There's more lights over in that direction anyway.
It's really fine, all right? If someone bad shows up, I will take them down with one finger. I'll kill a man with this thumb!
There was no point in pressing her anymore on the subject, so I took a handful of Satoko's hair and rubbed her head vigorously. Come on, Satoko, don't complain so much. Your Nini will bring you part of the way there. That's what I was about to say when I suddenly got embarrassed and my voice trailed off. Nini could only be the nickname Satoko gave to her old brother, and nothing else. I was about to use it pretty lightly, so I started to feel apologetic and a little ashamed.
Nini...
Eh? What did Satoko just say?
Well... Keiichi-san just seems like an older brother. That is what I said. It's not quite right, but you seem kind of alike, so I just... Oh...
Satoko laughed awkwardly and turned red in the face. Of course, I was embarrassed when I saw her, too. Because the fact that I was trying to act like her brother had gotten across. A warm feeling spread out from my chest and across my face. It was completely different from romantic feelings or any of those more impatient emotions.
What?
It was much more graceful, quiet, warm, and calm. Satoko still needed her Nini. I had initially thought Rika-chan was being sly by not coming today. But when I thought about it like this, I could feel a kind of thoughtfulness of her worrying about a good friend's feelings. Maybe Rika-chan had understood that she couldn't play the part of a brother herself. So then... No, let's stop there, Keiichi Maibara. There is no point in thinking about it so hard. It means... everyone feels the same way. It means everyone wants Satoko to be happy. Satoko is acting as though her Nini running away from home didn't bother her at all. Even though that wasn't actually the case. She was very sad and always waiting for him to come home. Because Satoko was a stable person when she was his sister. In order for her to really be this level-headed, having a brother was something she couldn't do without. In other words, Satoko still needed a brother. Nobody had the right to smile it away as childish immaturity. In fact, they deserved praise for being so close to each other as siblings. That role of brother should be played by her real Nini, by Satoshi. But unfortunately, he wasn't here. So, since I'm here, I'll play the part. And not with a guilty conscience, but in a very natural way. Because, was there something wrong with seeing Satoko smile so happily?
What is it, Keiichi-san? You've been smirking for quite a while now.
Is it weird for me to look happy?
It isn't weird or anything, but, well,
the sound of the motor on her bike light was too loud and I couldn't hear what Satoko said. Huh? What? What did you say?
Nothing. You really are just like Nini, you know? Keiichi-san?
Is that right?
Of course, you're completely different from my real Nini. But, like, there's things. Things that you do the same. It's really a mystery.
The same. Do you feel lonely when you remember Nini? Once I said that, I thought for a moment that was absolutely the wrong thing to say, but Satoko didn't seem to mind one bit.
It's not that I'm lonely, since Keiichi-san is being my Nini for me right now.
As I was flustered for a moment at her hitting the mark, Satoko suddenly asked me a question in a calm voice. It was very quiet, composed, an adult question. Was it Rika? It was quiet, but her voice sounded lonely somehow. Didn't Rika ask you to act like my Nini for me? Is that what you think?
Please don't take offense. Rika is strangely considerate of me. But it really doesn't bother me that much.
I could say for sure that at least was a lie. Yesterday and today, Satoko had been so happy spending time like this with me as siblings. And that was proof itself that she was lying about it not getting to her. So I gave Satoko a light poke in the head. You're thinking too much, dummy. I'm me, Keiichi Maibara. I'm not your Nini, not Satoshi Hojo.
I know that.
Despite her saying that, her expression seemed a little lonesome. At this point, Satoko herself had realized that her question had been the wrong thing to say. We didn't need to keep talking about something that Satoko regretted. So in order to cut the conversation short, I grabbed Satoko's head and pet her. Let's not talk about silly things like that. It's getting late, so get back home, brush your teeth, and go to bed. And rinse your mouth before sleeping, too. It'll keep you from getting a cold.
You're one to talk, Nini. Be sure to brush your teeth, okay? Rinse your mouth and wash your hands, then get your books ready tomorrow, and...
I wondered what kind of siblings Satoko and Satoshi were. I've never seen them together, but I could say, without a doubt, that they were really close. As for the way in which they were close, it was probably quite like this. It was so cool that the day's heat seemed like a lie, yet the moonlight was somehow faintly warm. The quiet chorus of the insects was pleasing to the ears. This feels like it might be the end of the chapter, and if so, good timing. Yep, that is the end of sub-chapter 2. Within Higurashi Chapter 3, Trials and Tribulations. A clear conscience wins the day. It's a picture of a bento. Love it. Alright, let's go ahead and... Well, actually, no. Let's view the new tips first, or new tip. It looked like it was just one. And then we save. So yeah, we're still in the slice of life hijinks part. Satoko's trap course. Intermediate. So how bad is it going? Okay. I could see Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun walking over to the gym storehouse. They needed to get the bag of lime used to make the lines on the court for our next gym class? Lime? Like limestone? What? Anyway, they were on duty today after all. But in that storehouse, a terrible trap was awaiting them. Being on this side of the trap for once is really thrilling.
If you realize that this is the true pleasure in setting up traps, then you have the potential yourself, Keiichi-san.
The two of them fumbled around with the gym storehouse's lock. Oh? What's this? Okamura-kun pointed at part of the door and started whispering to Tomita-kun. Then, realizing something, they both jumped away from the door. Oh, Satoko, I think they found out. Did we mess up?
I had calculated that they would notice the trap at the entrance. And, of course, I've calculated what action they will take now.
According to Satoko, after they noticed the suspicious trap on the door, they would go around and try to get in through the back window. And just as she'd prophesied, they went around to the back. And just as she'd prophesied, they climbed up, opened the window, and tried to sneak in. Wow, amazing. Everything's exactly like you said. Ah, it got them! An explosion of pure white lime. Yeah, it's gotta be like limestone dust. Anyway, burst out of the window. After a few moments, the two of them managed to crawl away from the window, both of them completely white.
This is the moment I live for. It tastes like honey.
But still, that was some trap. You would have had to know everything to set something like that up. Where they'd put their hands, their legs, where they jump down.
Listen carefully, Keiichi-san. The first step to making a trap is to watch and observe the victim. You must scrupulously predict their movement patterns, how they'll move at any given moment. If you do that, then you can achieve the greatest possible results with only the most minimal trap.
Come to think of it, before Satoko read the final move at that final moment earlier, Mion had given her high praise, saying she had the makings of a genius. So it's all about reading the opponent. So then, the traps you've caught me in before, they worked because you figured out everything I do?
Yes, I can see right through all your actions, and that's how I set them up. So if one day you suddenly started having different habits and behavior, I wouldn't be able to anymore.
Bragging that she could anticipate everything I do. That was kind of mean. Okay then, let's play a game now. I want to test whether your predictions are accurate.
Yes, that is fine with me. Keiichi-san, you are particularly easy to get a read on. I could do it before breakfast.
Oh, When we went back to the classroom, Satoko tore off pieces of paper and wrote something on the back of them, making 3 cards. Of course, I didn't know what she'd written.
Please pick one of these cards, Keiichi-san. If you do not pick one that says you're a loser, you will win.
Great, you're on. The club has built up my sensitivity to this stuff, so I'll smash right through your predictions. Satoko smirks and holds out the 3 cards. Set your mind to full power by calming it, Keiichi Maibara. Cool and collected is how you'll win. If I don't pick the losing one, I'll win. Which means if I do pick it, Satoko will win. In other words, Satoko wants me to pick the losing one. What would she do to make sure I picked the losing one? Could she even predict something like that? I have an idea, but we'll see if it happens. Statistically speaking, isn't there some rule that says I'm more likely to pick the one in the middle or the ones on either side? There is, yeah. And then it hits me like a flash. This is what Mion would do.
Now, which one will you pick?
I've made my decision, and it is this one.
Huh? What are you doing?
I steal all 3 cards from Satoko's hands. I predicted what Satoko would do in advance. Satoko wanted to make sure I picked the losing one, which meant all 3 of these, yep, that was my prediction, were losing ones. And that's how I knew. Allow me to look at all 3. I flip all 3 cards face up, and on each one there is a single word. You're a loser. Yep. I didn't say he would win. I just knew all 3. It was rigged somehow. That's...
You're a loser.
What is this? You're a loser. Huh?
It means just what it says. If you had only chosen one, you wouldn't have lost.
What? Then you predicted that I'd draw all 3? Yeah! Get you baited! Absolutely, Yatsu. I held my head in my hands and fainted as Satoko reveled at the might of her abilities. Her shrill laughter echoed throughout the classroom. And then, there was a poof as lime powder came down upon Satoko's head. I looked to see Tomita-kun and Okamoto-kun, all in white, dumping a whole bag of lime powder on her, getting their revenge.
What are you suddenly trying to do, you two?
Looks like there's no use talking to the person who set up that trick.
Well, excuse me, would you happen to have any proof? And I'd like it if you didn't call it something so inelegant, a trick. I would prefer you called it something more refined. A trap, please.
I mean, that's basically admitting guilt, but anyway. That being said, these 2 pretending to be tough, not only that, but standing still, completely blank and silent. But anyway, ignoring what happened before, having someone chase you with their mouth full of lime in such a way that they can't even speak, yeah, that would be scary even for Satoko.
Yeah! Keiichi-san, help me!
Our underclassmen crashed around the classroom in furious combat, getting white lime everywhere. Hey, Satoko? Why couldn't you see this coming? Exactly. At the time, I hadn't seen something coming too, though. The teacher coming to me afterward and giving us all a stern talking to, which is what I figured would happen. Get white powder everywhere? Teacher gonna get mad. Alright, so that's gonna be it for the tips and the first 2 chapters of Higurashi Chapter 3. Still got a ways to go, but yep, Satoko, yep, as seen from the icon, and from how the last 2 chapters went, yes, Satoko is going to be the main focus. It's already surprisingly more wholesome than I was expecting. But also, since we started a bit further down in the timeline than we did last chapter, I'm pretty sure the curry competition was, chapter 3-ish. Either way, it was not like chapter 1 area. So the fact that happened in the past, I don't know. They probably also just want to make sure we don't repeat too much. But also, it gets us I look at it this way, it's also like it's getting us to the festival sooner, because the festival is when shit goes down. So as soon as somebody mentions the Watanagashi festival, that's when we know shit's about to go down. And I am eager to see how this may go down, though I'm also worried about how it's gonna go down, because goddamn Satoko kinda... The little sibling vibe, she getting to me too, man. Alrighty, though.